Let me respond. I have some things I'd like to say. Yo, thanks, man. Yo, really appreciate it. Yeah,
you got it.
Yeah. Neil Brennan.
Say, please subscribe.
Hello. Hold on a second. Give me a second, y'all. Getting it together. Hello. How's everything going? Hey, what's up, Josh? How you doing? Marisa. Give me a second. I'm just getting something straightened out. We get Josh. Hey, I hope you feel better. Yeah. So it's starting to get really hot here in Los Angeles. You know what? Before I start talking about how hot it is, I'll tell you what it is. Currently it's 83 degrees. Tomorrow it's going to be 95 and 93. So it's going to be hot as a mug up in here. So I don't know, man. I don't know what's the weather like in where you're at, because it's hot here. Like you can see, I'm sweating. I'm literally sweating right here. Man, I don't know. Man, this is like ridiculous up in here. It's 54? Man, it's like I wish it was 54. I need to get a fan that's really silent. Because my fan is like way too loud. And then I got to decide, is it like sound quality or living? Okay, give me a second as I'm getting this thing cracking. Ryan's about to join me. There you go.
What's going on, brother?
Man, I'm burning up in here. It is so freaking hot. It's 83 right now, and it's going to be 95 tomorrow. So it's just like ridiculous, man. I don't know, man. This is. Whew.
Yeah. By the way, inside your room there looks like Star Wars, like inside of Star Wars. What do you call this ship? No, I'm trying to remember this ship.
Millennium Falcon. Oh, what's up, Maya?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks pretty festive. And is that a machine? Is that a arcade machine?
Oh, that's my my control panel, so I can fly the ship. No, just playing. No, it's a ice maker. My freezer has been broke since beginning. It's been broke for a month, and oh, Tanya, what's up, Tanya? That's her sister. My thing has been broke for like, and the company, I guess they made them where they can't do it or whatever. So I mean, I need a freezer for ice anyway. So I know you're not going to approve, but as you can see, I got my bottle of Hennessy there. And the funny thing is, like, I ain't a drinker, right?
Yeah.
not really, but I've drank probably more in the last month than I had in a while. So but hey, it is what it is.
You know what? I don't judge people. I'm just trying to like we got like my son and I last night had a candy fest. We watched Sandlot and then we had a like guys' night with candy and chips. So
hey man, it is what it is.
I don't judge people.
Yeah, I was kidding.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do because that's what I do.
Yeah.
So, Flanzy, you know what? I met her through a good friend of mine named Kenneth Wyrick. Great dude. You would definitely like him. I've known him for years. She came to my Christmas brunch last year. And we were actually going to go to, they were trying to set up a trip in August to Ghana. And I guess, this is going to put all that on hold because of the Rona. I don't know. Maybe not. I haven't talked to her in so long. But we got to talk, plans. It's been like way too long since we talked. And Diara as well. She's a sister that you got to know. She's from the Blab days. If you like shea butter, that's the girl, man. I remember one time she was like, I got a shipment coming in from Africa. Y'all went in on it. And I was like, man, I felt, I should have got in on it though, because she was getting it straight from the motherland. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think she married an African brother too. She's from Flint, Michigan.
Yeah. And shout out to her because she sent me some really good messages today in regards to my grandfather that lost his life due to COVID. So,
that's tragic, man. I lost my godmother yesterday. So I mean, everybody's losing people left and right, man. And it's hard, because I'm Maurice. What's up, Maurice? Maurice Ball. He's a performer as well. We're gonna do some music video stuff with him as well. This is supposed to be this year, but I don't know what's gonna happen there. But I came up with I thought a good concept for that. But it's been tough, man. It's been real tough. And I'm not an emotional guy, not really. But I find myself as I'm getting older becoming more emotional than I have been my whole life. I ain't no pussy, y'all. Like, I want to make sure that's clear. All right, I still got my gangster, even though I got ran off the block the other day by that possum. But but I don't know, man. Like, especially when it's father son stuff, like because I lost my pops, and
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, I'm a sucker for anything father and son. That's why, like, every time I see stuff with you and your boy, man, that touches me, man. Like, because I just think about like how close me and my dad was, and all
Yeah.
that stuff. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, brother, just like talking, I didn't have too much of a relationship with my grandpa.
Mhm.
And he's not my biological grandpa, but my
Mhm.
dad took me under his wings and stuff like that. And he looks exactly like my dad.
Oh wow.
And when I saw his picture, my sister posted the picture because I called my dad. I'm like, Dad, how are you doing? And how are you taking this right now? And he's like, yeah, I'm cool. I've never seen my dad shed a tear. Actually, maybe once, but my dad, he's always been reserved, and he's always kept his emotions to himself and his comments to himself. He reminds me of you in a way.
Mhm.
And he was like, he's like, yeah, no, I'm not mourning. I'm okay. No sympathy for me or anything like that. I'm like, okay. But I got off the phone and I'm like, it wasn't going to affect me because, my grandpa never reached out to my sisters and I or anything like that. He never really did much for us. We only saw him once and that was it. And then he probably see me when I was a baby. But I saw his picture and it was insane. Like, he reminded me of my dad and I felt like I lost my dad. So I started crying and, and just like feeling for my dad and just empathizing with my dad. Like, cause you just losing your dad, it just feels, and this cause you have your story. So it was just very emotional. It was like, because losing your dad is like, it's a big deal. Like for us men, right? Like we just, there's a connection, right?
Right.
And even though I didn't know him, I just feel for my dad, and I also don't want to lose my dad at the same time.
Right. Yeah, man. I've definitely became, and big shout out to Jen who's in the chat room as well. I have to get better at being. I don't want to be like too overly emotional about stuff, but I do have a bad habit of holding shit in, and then one day I'm on the fucking 405 freeway, and then I'm like, got to put on my shades because I'm thinking about some tragic type stuff and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like I never cry generally in the moment. Like it's always later.
Yeah.
So it's something else, man.
Yeah.
But this is I want people to know, we're gonna we might talk about some things that are sad, but we're gonna try our best to entertain with our commentary.
Oh, that's right.
And joining us is Jen. It's okay to cry. Okay. You know what? This is I want. We can hear you in the. You just want to mute the. We might talk about some things. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Jen. Oh, okay. Not us, but you want to mute the chat. Okay. So when she comes back in. All right. So one thing I have never done is cry over a girl. Right? I've never cried like, this girl was breaking up with me, so I cried or whatever. I've never had that. I've been sad, don't get me wrong, that relationships didn't work out, but I've never been just like, oh my God. I've never broke down like that. Right? And I always wonder though, like, what's that like? Like, I've had girls cry because we were breaking up, and then they would be like this. Why is it I'm so emotional about this and you're not? And I'm like, no, I mean, it's sad. Like,
yeah, for sure.
got called out. Like, how can you just easily move along? And I'm like, it's not easy. But so I always wonder though. Like, I've heard stories from women about when a woman's been like, hey, Ryan, it's just not working out.
I've cried for only one woman, and that was my child's mother, because when you have a like I cried because it was like, at the time I was like, bye, like
right.
I was like go on Tinder and like start swiping
tonight,
and then but like I just because at the time, like, I've been in a relationship for 7 years, and I kind of wanted to find something different, but I just loved her so much, and I still do. I love her dearly, for having my child. So yeah, you do cry for the one that you love, especially if you tried everything in the relationship to keep it all together. Because I hold a lot of my emotions inside. I can't cry. I even try to sometimes at funerals. I'm like, I try and I don't.
I've done that.
But for people that are very special to me, I do cry. I do shed a tear. So it just you haven't been in love.
I actually tried to fake the Holy Ghost once.
Okay, I'm gone. Kate, peace
No,
out.
I did when I was a kid. I tried to fake the Holy Ghost. So like I went to this religious school, right? And they had like this. I must have been in the 6th grade, maybe something like that. There's a Church of God in Christ type situation, and so they had this, like, they would do these revivals like for a week, right? So at the end of it on the Friday, they were like, do you guys, who wants to stay and learn, how to speak in tongues? And I was like they made you feel like if you said no, you were spitting in God's face. So of course I stayed, right? So we were all in a circle. It's so crazy now when I think about it, but it's like, but at the time, I guess it was kind of normal, and we were Kojic, right? We were all holding hands. And then they had like the ministers were walking around, and they were, people was, how it go. And but at the time, I guess it was kind of normal, All right. So they were all like, saying, they were all talking in tongues, and I didn't feel nothing. Like I felt nothing at all. I didn't feel anything, and I was scared because I'm sitting there and I'm seeing all the other kids, like a lot of the kids, they looked like they were getting something, the Holy Ghost. Some of them were faking. So I tried to, kind of fake it. Like I faked I was getting the Holy Ghost. That's like faking an orgasm almost in a way. Orgasm. And then I ran out because I started questioning myself, and I was like, why didn't I get the Holy Ghost? Everybody else seemed to be, or most people were getting the Holy Ghost. I wasn't getting the Holy Ghost. And I'm like, is there something wrong with me? Is the devil
dude
in the building?
I went through the same situation. My friend's mother took me to church, and she took me by, like, I don't think he was there. She took me, he was at home, and then she drove me to the church. And Pentecostal, I was right in the front, and they're like, Brother Ryan is here. And they put the hand on, like, the woman, she was a woman priest, put the hand, and she was spitting on my face, and she's like, Shabalaka, Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan, Shaka Khan. And I'm like, oh Lord, that was it. But that was the last time I ever stepped back into a church. And I was like, nah, this ain't for me.
Yeah, my dad was pissed. Because my dad believed in God, but he wasn't like a real church guy. And I made him wait a long time because he was picking me up, right? And then when he finally, he's like, well, what made you, what took you so long? And I explained to what it was. He was pissed. He's like, I paid for you to get the ABCs, not the Holy Ghost. So yeah, that's kind of what happened there. We're joined by Josh and Jen. How you doing, Josh? You're a fool. And Jen
Hey,
Are you chicken lady?
the chicken lady.
Yes.
I didn't make chicken. Have you seen my feed at all?
No, no.
We're
No.
not making chicken for birthday dinner. We are making a lasagna.
I made lasagna.
Yeah?
Yeah, spinach lasagna.
No, this is definitely. I have been making sauce since this morning. Like I channeled my Italian grandmother,
Oh,
and yeah, so that's what I've been doing all day. I just have to ask while everybody is here in judgment, did you watch Burnt Offerings?
and first of all, happy birthday.
Thank you.
Second of all, not yet. I still have about 6 hours. I made a joke on a show that we do together. This because we do this show where her, me, and Josh, and a Canadian named he goes by King Penguin, and we watch bad movies and
Not bad. I don't want to say bad.
well, movies
Cheesy.
that are questionable if they should exist. And
Very juicy.
and then I made a joke. We watched this movie called Burnt Offerings that Jen suggested, and the movie was, let's just say, not the greatest movie. So,
Terabad might be.
so I made a joke that from now on, every time on her birthday, I would watch it going forward, and I haven't lived up to it yet, so I'm an asshole for that.
So-
but you know what? Who knows? I might pop in some Burnt Offerings. Why not?
At this point, it's just a really awesome running gag that I very much appreciate being able to capitalize on. So thank you, Kinte. You have my respect.
Yeah, it's a great date movie. So
It's a great date
if you want
movie.
to lose the date, if you want it to be your first and last date. So Shirley Martin is in the house. Shirley Martin is a good friend of mine who lives in Washington State, and me and her are going to go hunt for Bigfoot when COVID-19 is done. So actually, real talk, we don't need to wait because he practices social distancing. So like I'm sure he doesn't have it. So.
Yeah, big social distancing.
Right. So he's a beast at it. So so we could go ahead and do that. But yeah. So your birthday, did kids get you anything? Oh, you're on mute.
She's muted.
Yeah, she's on mute.
Maybe she's saying they gave her peace and quiet.
I know, right? That's her way of saying it, right?
It's the best gift a parent could possibly get.
You were a father of what, 4 kids, right, Josh?
3 girls.
3 girls. Okay. So 3 girls. Wow.
Uncle
And how's the
Kinte's
oldest
dropping the
one?
ball.
Wait, how's the oldest and how's the youngest?
13 and 9.
13 and 9. Wow. Oh my God. So you got your shotgun already, right?
Well, it's Florida. We're issued one upon birth.
I do not. You have 3 beautiful daughters, and they're in that age where you need to really, you get those jerk boys, and in Florida, I got tons of them, are gonna start knocking on your door. So, I mean, are you the kind that you'll have the shotgun locked and loaded, or are you, you're gonna give them the benefit of the doubt?
I'm gonna be the guy that's like, you ever make love to a man? You want to?
What if he's like, what if he's like, cool?
Is that an offer?
Right. Oh wow, the father and the daughter.
Well, then it would be easy to explain to my daughter why this relationship wouldn't work out.
Right, that's true. I don't know. Okay, so Ryan, your son is how old is your son?
He's 11.
11 years old. So you're getting close to that too. Like in a couple of years, if not even now, you're gonna be, he's gonna be telling you about some girl if he hasn't already. He wants to take to the movies or whatnot. Now, I know Jen hates this and women hates this, You saw the smile on his face, right? He's like, yeah, my son, yeah, he's gonna be with the ladies and blah 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 blah. Then Josh is like, oh boy. It's like a totally different vibe. So you don't have you don't have much to worry about. You have a good son. He's a good young man.
Yeah, I just don't want him to be like a pig. You know what I mean? Like, I think I'm not worried about, like, I don't really think about that. I'm like, yeah, go get it. You know what I mean? I don't have that mentality, but I just what I don't want to hear is that my son did something, or he treated a woman bad, or called her bitch or slut or anything like that. I don't want him to. I want him to have respectful relationships with women. Just in this day and age. So that's what I try to teach him. So that's the only thing I'm afraid of. I'm just afraid of, like, not that he would. I just want to make sure that he doesn't have those problems. That's what makes me more concerned.
Mm. Now, Jen, you have both though, so you've went through the boy going through puberty and the girl.
Yep.
So, what was the most challenging of the
girls?
Right. See,
I
and you
think,
got it 3 times, Josh.
I think boys are more difficult when they're little, just for a lot of random reasons. But then when they get to be teenagers, yeah, it's still a little bit sort of, lots of trying to figure out how to channel energy and all that kind of stuff. But it's girls that, like, I was just thinking about this when you were talking at the top of the show about holding everything in. Girls tend to hold everything in as teenagers, and then all of a sudden there is some kind of dynamite explosion going on, and everything that's ever happened to them up until this point, most of which is probably your fault as a parent, comes out, and you have to, like, deal with not just whatever the current crisis is, but 18,000 other things that also happened. And with my son, it's more like, yeah, okay, so this girl left me. I'm really sad about it. Do you think you can watch some TV with me or something? It's that sort of. But with my girls, it was like, Mom, we have to go do this, and we have to do. I can't think, and it's just such a different level of intensity. Not that one is better or worse, just totally different.
Different vibe, yeah.
Very.
And I'm not trying to scare you, Josh.
No, I'm not scared. I think it all goes back to what I always say when we talk about these things. The first thing you got to do is instill your values in them before somebody else does.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing.
Exactly.
And
You got to set. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, you got to set the. You have to set the guidelines, because, like, I feel like with children, you can't predict what they're gonna do, what they're gonna like, or whatever. But as long as you set the guidelines, they can stray as far as way they want from those guidelines. But at least if they're imprinted, then they know where to come back. Because some parents just don't set any boundaries, and then children, if they go off the deep end, they don't come back. Or a small portion. So you have to really establish really good values, and that's what I try to do here.
I feel like part of this conversation is also, when you're dealing with that mentality, it goes back to not just how much you trust your kids, but how much do your kids trust you? And if you have made it very clear that your kids can trust you, they come to you with all kinds of stuff, and you can usually see when things are sort of going off the rails. It's all that, the thing that always scares me about being a parent is not what my kids are going to do. It's that the rest of the world is not our house. The rest of the world is not what we have made in our corner of the world. And that can be kind of tough, because you raise your kids to, have certain values, know certain things, be sort of in a kind of mindset, and then they are out there in the rest of the world, and it's it can be overwhelming, I think, and especially if you raise really good kids, because the rest of the world is not very accommodating sometimes.
I agree.
Mm.
I agree.
Well, you know, I have a good village to reach out to when I start having babies. So, you know, I could send my kid to Hawaii or to Florida or to Canada.
I wouldn't recommend Florida.
I'm talking about your house, fool. I'm talking about to y'all houses.
If you send your kid here, they may come back a chicken farmer. Just
Hey,
sort of letting you know.
that's fine. I believe in kids having getting skills that can help the family. So
Yeah, vocations are very important.
I don't think you would like if you sent your kids to Canada, because they will come back really polite, and they'll say sorry for everything, and you're gonna be like, "Cry! Don't cry!" Sorry, you'd be like, "Don't cry!"
Sorry.
We'll be crying all the time.
okay, then I would have to what is it, like pit bulls or something? I gotta smack them around, keep them
Yeah,
keep
keep
them
them a little tough, because we say thank you. It's a common thing to say thank you for when we pay someone to make us food. Like we'll go to Tim Hortons or we go to McDonald's, they'll give us our food. We'll be like, thank you so much. And if we bump someone, we're like, sorry. Half the time you don't have to say sorry, but like I often say sorry when I don't need to say sorry. But that's just the Canadian way. We're very polite.
If you get a speeding ticket, when they give you the ticket, you're like, thank you.
Yeah, we're like, oh, thanks, officer. Yeah. Oh no.
Doesn't everybody do that?
That's how it is in Hawaii.
up?
But
What's up, Madeline?
it totally isn't that way where I grew up, right? Because I grew up in New York, and it's not that people are rude in New York. It's that people are conscientiously into themselves for probably really good reasons, but they don't think outside of themselves. And so I don't think that being polite, it's like being polite is like, that's too much. It's too much. I disagree with it, because here, people come to Hawaii because we are legendary for being warm and welcoming, and, just having it sounds so cliche, but having aloha spirit. It's like it's a dynamic in the culture. You learn it from a really young age, but it's hard sometimes if you've grown up someplace else and you realize that, oh wow, there really are two very different ways of handling how people react or how people are with you. So like here, when people get cut off in traffic, a lot of times they'll give each other shaka, which is like, it's supposed to be, hey, hang loose, and it's a little bit sarcastic, but it's like so understated that like nobody would even know. So yeah.
Can you be overly polite though? Is that a turnoff, ladies? If your guy is overly polite, if he's all like, "Oh, Danny, what's up, Danny?"
Right.
When that's not a turnoff.
No.
No, I have no problems with that. In fact, I prefer that.
Cool.
There's a difference between being polite and being a pussy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, right. Good point. That's
fair.
A polite pussy.
The way she just said that just came out very strong.
Okay,
She's
so,
like, polite and a pussy.
How you know your dude is a pussy?
Pussy.
How do you know?
Yeah, he ain't about that life.
Personal cases, he'll let his friends talk shit about you.
Oh shoot.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh yeah. Like I've definitely been like I got into an argument with a person I shouldn't be talking to, but still currently having a situationship with. I got into a fight with one of his friends, and his friends decided to say that I was a narcissistic bitch who needed to humble herself.
Oh wow.
And nothing happened with that. In fact, it became more my fault than the other person's fault. So
wow. I'm trying to think. Have I dated any
too much drama in the
narcissistic
LBC?
I probably have. Wow. So he didn't. So you wanted him to check him? Like, you can't talk to my woman like that.
Yep, and that never happened, and it still ain't happened.
Never happened. Wow. Yeah, you
get his ass whooped.
Yeah, like honestly, if something needs to be said to my woman, I'm gonna do that. I don't need somebody else doing it. you know, and that's out of order. I think it is out of order unless it's some shit where, you know, she was just off the hand. You know, if my homeboy's woman is just fucking crazy, then I'm gonna say something, right? But you know, I think that's, you know, you don't want to get into people's relationships and stuff. You want, you know, if you feel like a certain way, you tell your boy that. But that means they don't have respect for him.
Mm-hmm. So
no.
So what if he G checks his friend and gets his ass whooped? Then he looks more like a pussy.
I mean, but checking somebody doesn't mean fighting them. It means saying something.
Well, that's not what happens with guys, because if we G check someone, that means you better stop or I'm going to have to put my hands on you. You know, it's never like cordial, like, hey, you better stop talking about my wife because I'm going to leave. You know, like, it's more like, yo, like, you better stop. Because if you don't, I'm going to bust your ass.
but you know what, though? Guys will respect you, though. Even if they know they can whip your ass, they'll respect you for speaking up, you know?
This guy could definitely not have whooped his ass. He just wasn't planning on doing that.
Wow. So he might feel that way, too. He might be feeling that he, you know, that it's, yeah, you were narcissistic, whatever. So.
Well, the argument happened because we were doing a movie, and that guy was upset that I casted the movie ended up being an all-black cast. Yeah, and for me as a black person, when you tell me that my all-black movie is too black, I tend to go off.
Right.
His problem is that we had an all-black movie, and the rapist in the movie was also black. But so were the heroes and the victims and everybody in the movie.
Sounds like a Tyler Perry movie.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't. It's just all the white people didn't show up. So we went with who showed up. And he had a problem with the fact that the villain was black in an all-black movie.
Okay.
The cinematographer was not a black man. And then proceeded to tell me that he was helping me understand my own oppression. And I proceeded to go off.
Wow. What a dickhead.
But I'm going to put it where I live currently, I can't wait to get back to LA. I am the mean black woman. I am the big, scary, mean black woman. It's cool, though. I'm okay being the big, scary, mean black woman, though. I'm okay. I can handle that. But that was kind of what happened. His friends were pretty excited about the fact that this uppity black woman wouldn't be around anymore.
Oh, Jesus.
Tricks on them. I still see this dude pretty regularly.
Oh, wow.
Or maybe the trick's on me. But yeah, that's kind of how we ended up. I ended up becoming a narcissistic bitch that needs to humble herself.
I like that, though. You need to humble yourself.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. How did he think that was going to go over?
I don't know how he thought that was going to go over, but it kind of went over where the dude I was seeing came in and said, well, you need to apologize to him for this, that, and the other. And I was like, okay, cool. Is he going to apologize to me? And that never happened. And then we proceeded to have a big blow up where he said that I destroyed his movie. And because I couldn't have control over it. And that's why I started to fight over the fact that dude said that, couldn't have a black villain in an all black movie.
Jeez Louise.
So,
that is
drama.
That is silly.
Drama. That is drama.
And it kind of led from the fact that the person, like the person I'm seeing was the director and all of that. And it was just like, well, bruh, he couldn't, you have to have a certain amount of like, hey, this is what the fuck I said, and this is how it is, in order to not be a pussy. So.
Look, I think.
And there's other situations that involved their friends that was like that the whole time.
Yeah. Well, I've never been mistaken for no pussy. I'm not.
Yeah,
no
I've never had the experience of dealing with a beta male
before.
before.
I ain't no fool either. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
so you just gotta. I feel like there is a way that you can express your point, be assertive, and I mean, you don't have to. It don't have to come to blows, but people need to understand that you will go there if need be. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And if people realize that,
yeah.
they'll be like, people will respect you for that.
Yeah.
Even if you feel like you can't touch them physically.
You have to be rational too. There's not you have to pick your fights, because if the guy's a black belt, I ain't stepping up to him. I'll be the beta male, because I'm not, like in martial arts, my sensei would always say, use your best block and don't put yourself in a situation where you're being in conflict. Sometimes you gotta use your mind. Not everything has to result in conflict. Sometimes you just have to walk away. It's not worth it. Because the tragedy of being beat up or being put in the hospital or putting someone else in the hospital, there's a lot of externalities that happen with that. So, like, I don't know. Sometimes I will not go into a conflict, just, be for the greater good. Because you don't always have to confront people.
I don't care if it's King Kong or the president. I got a bad habit of swinging on bitches. I don't care how big the dude is. Like, once I'm angry, I'm angry.
Yeah.
But I've been really good about not swinging on motherfuckers in the Midwest, just because I am the big scary black woman. So it's a good way to get a bullet in the back of the head if the cops come.
Right.
Especially if I'm fighting with white people in Minnesota, because of course, this big mean scary black woman said something to me, and then I'm shot.
Like, I've been the big scary black guy many times, so I know what that life is like. So
it's obnoxious. It's obnoxious. I'm tired of being in the Midwest, being the scary black woman.
Everything is interpreted differently when you speak. It's like, you can't even, if you get a little angry, which, sometimes life, you get angry, right? Then it's interpreted like, oh, he's about to blow this motherfucker up, like, and it ain't even like that, like a lot of times it's not even like that, but so.
I can't even get in an argument with a person because my voice is loud, and even if I'm just talking, people like, stop yelling at me. I don't like it when people yell at me. I'm like, I'm just talking. I just happen to be passionate about this conversation right now.
You're one of those people. You're a yeller.
Yeah, they're like, stop yelling. Like, yo, I'm like, you haven't seen me pissed off. Don't put me in that situation. I'm just having a conversation with you. So I always get plagued as the angry black guy, and I'm not angry. Most of the time I'm cool. I
don't mind being an angry black dude if I need to be at certain times, because sometimes I am angry, and I'm justified in my anger. So if that's how you want to put me, I'll wear that. But
sometimes you got to.
But my thing is when they do that so that they can silence your voice, where you can't, where it's like, oh, he angry, so I'm not going to even listen to what he got to say, because you just angry. You in your feelings. That's another one, in your feelings. So
I'm always in my feelings. I don't care. I'm an emotional gangster. I will cry and swing on a motherfucker. I don't care.
We were talking about earlier when people, I've heard these stories. I haven't done this myself. When you're gonna break up, when someone's telling you they're breaking up with you, and they cry, and I wonder, have you ever had? I'm pretty sure, Madeline. Have you ever had a guy cry when they found out that they were kicked out of the castle?
I have never actually kicked anybody out of the castle.
Really?
I just never do it.
Wow.
I've never been the one to break up with any of my relationships. They break up with me.
Get out of here.
And they always come back, though. That's the thing. They always think that, I think the problem is what it thinks is they think that they're going to find something better because, I'm me. And then they always end up coming, like, shrinking, like, back. It's always like maybe a year or two, sometimes even 5 or 10. They always show up again.
Well, You know what it is like refried coochie is like the best sometimes. So so
Yeah,
it's
that should
like,
never
you know
happen.
what,
I'm
you
more
be thinking
like,
about it, you be like, I kind of want to go back there, even though it's a dumb idea
yeah,
most times. So
yeah, but I do monogamy only. So unless they're trying to be in a relationship again, which most of the time they don't have the option, I'm usually nice enough to them again until I get a good position, and then I can throw the knife back in,
ooh.
and then I don't ever talk to them again.
Oh wow.
Oh,
uh,
I don't have a problem. I will sit and wait.
mhm. Josh, are you there? Did we
I
lose
don't know.
Josh?
Nobody's there.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, there you go,
Oh,
Josh.
okay. I just
Um,
didn't see a picture, but
yeah,
yeah,
For the
I've
record,
never actually broken up with
I've never been
anybody.
an
They always
angry
break up
black
with me.
anything.
yeah. Josh is one of our Caucasian brethren. So
Hey, Josh.
he's from
Hello.
Florida. You're not from Florida. I know you from Texas. So you're a
Right.
Texan. But you live in Florida. So in
That is where I reside.
the
Yes.
Jacksonville area, where I swear every Dateline starts somewhere in Jacksonville or somewhere in Florida.
Yeah, that is the
Florida
case. But
man today. I love the idea of the Florida man though. It's like a legend.
Right.
the thing is about that, Florida police records are very public. Anybody can just find any arrest report they want.
Which is awesome.
That's why you hear so many Florida man reports, because they don't bury it. It's just out there for everybody to see.
Which is awesome. And also the videos. The YouTube videos of the Florida man and Florida people are amazing.
Yeah. They
like the dude riding butt naked on the top of a hood at 90 miles an hour, trying to get the woman to stop the car. Best Florida man video.
Oh wow.
Well, wait, you know what? The Florida man videos didn't really start until bath salts. The
Right.
bath salt craze started off the Florida man, because that's where the bath salt first attack happened.
In Florida.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
How was it taking bath salts, Josh?
Left me with a slight headache, but wasn't bad.
You ate your friend's nose off or whatever.
Well, she said she wanted a new one anyway.
You know what? At this point, I'm like, whatever happened to the year with bath salts? Compared to the pandemic, bath salt year was a good year.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's a weird thing to get high off of, though. Like, I remember for a minute, there was something where they were doing with formaldehyde and weed. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, yep. Like where they were dipping weed in formaldehyde.
Oh yeah. I had a friend do that that was like 2006 or something, like 2006 or 2007.
Right. It's like, what the fuck? And then next you'll be hearing like, oh yeah, you take you some Hennessy and you take some antifreeze and you make Hennessy.
I mean, we already hit a point where people were butt chugging things.
I was just about to say that. I want to know who the pioneers are in these things.
I think it's
all.
I
mean, if you remember when what's it called? If you remember when they were doing the hiring of that Supreme Court justice nobody wanted hired.
Right.
He talks about there's a reference to him doing that. There's a reference to him drinking alcohol with his butthole.
To Kavanaugh?
Kavanaugh.
Yeah, there's a reference to that. It's in Kavanaugh's calendar or whatever he had from those days that he found. And it talks about boofing. And boofing is drinking alcohol with your butthole. That's what that means. It's drinking alcohol with your butthole. So there's the whole time, most people didn't know what boofing was. And I'm sitting there like, we are literally talking about.
I'm not about to drink this from my butt.
Drinking alcohol with his butthole is going to be the Supreme Court justice. So.
Yeah, that's that whole thing was just such a cluster. I happen to have my date book from 30 years ago
that talks about him drinking alcohol with his butthole. I feel like any adult would probably want to throw that away.
And he's all like, "There's nothing wrong with having some drinks with your friends up your butt."
Yeah, pretty much. And I'm like, I mean, they kind of they're like pretty much like beer's fine. it's okay to have a few beers. And then, but I'm like, no, this is you drank the beer with your butthole, though. There's a big difference. And I can't believe he is a Supreme Court judge. I'm like sitting here like, wow, that's where we're at.
People, I don't even want to know how he celebrated
drinking alcohol with their buttholes.
I don't want to know how he celebrated getting on the Supreme Court.
Alcohol with his butthole with a bunch of friends.
This is how you drink alcohol.
And everyone's like, why are you victimizing this man?
Yeah.
It is what it is, though. I mean, I'm sure there'll be a lot of like in the future. I'm sure there are going to be a lot of Supreme Court judges that'll have to explain their OnlyFans page.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting an OnlyFans page. I'm over.
Oh, really?
Every time I make some art.
I'm about to check that out.
Yeah, it's art. It's art. It's an art. It's gonna be an art page where I'm gonna do, because the thing is, I do like nude art, that kind of style, but I get it banned every time I try to post it. I can't post it on Facebook, and I can't post it on Instagram.
It's them haters.
I have to start wanting to put my art up.
It's them haters. It ain't me banning it. Believe me.
I know it's haters, but it's okay. If you ain't got haters, you're not doing your job.
Right. Yeah,
I mean, I've had some surprising haters though, but you never know where haters are gonna come from.
Really? Wow, that's crazy though.
I must be doing a great job then.
Yes.
I don't know why you got a lot of haters.
I'm still looking for the likers.
Mm-hmm.
Well, oh, we were talking about this just the other day about people telling you how they had a crush on you, like back in the day. Like, I've heard that a bunch of times. It's like, oh, I always had a thing for you, and I never believe it. I always feel like you might like me now. No, I don't think you liked me back in the day. I don't know. Has anybody ever had that experience where somebody told you, like, junior high or high school, or I don't know, whenever, that they had a thing for you, and you were just like blown away by it? You were shocked.
No.
I was ugly in high school, so no.
But see,
I'm
though,
more blown away by the fact that people are like, "Oh, remember we were friends?" And I was like, "No, we weren't. We weren't friends at all.
Right?
Not even a little bit. Not remotely. We're not going to be Facebook friends." I was like, "How about this? Our friendship is going to be like, you see me on TV, and I stay on the TV, and we don't talk." So,
oh wow.
That's how it's normally be. Normally, I get the, "Oh yeah, we've been friends since." No, we weren't, bitch. I don't know you. You don't know me.
Have you ever been wrongly accused of having sex? Have you ever had someone tell you that you guys had sex, but you didn't, and you're like, "No, we didn't"?
Yes.
I've had that experience. Yeah, that's crazy. I figured that it's something that women would go through. I didn't know guys went through that shit.
I've never been through that at all. Like sometimes, yeah, I've never been through that. I got I got the situation where it's pretending that we don't have sex, but then we do. But that's a different situation right there.
For me, it was very, very specifically a couple of instances. One, a friend told me that a mutual friend and I had slept together, and I was like, I probably would remember that. That is something I would want to happen very much so.
I actually got accused of.
No, unfortunately, no.
I got accused of sleeping with one of my co-hosts on one of my podcasts. Nobody I'm working with right now. And I had this person say, "I know you and blankety blank are having sex. I know it." And I'm like,
how?
The fuck? Because you're talking about it. I mean, it's completely untrue. This person was married. I mean, I know that doesn't matter always, but it matters to me. And we were just friends, right? And she straight up said, "I know it for a fact that you guys are having sex." And I'm like, well, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Facts aren't what they used to be,
Yeah, it was fake. It was fake news before fake news. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember another time I went to visit my grandmother and my aunt, and I don't know, for some reason, my aunt started saying, "So I heard you've been seeing somebody." And I looked at her and I'm like, "I have?" She's like, yeah. Here she's pretty cute. Like, really? Is she nice? I had no idea what they were talking about. One of my neighbors had called them and said that I was seeing somebody, and I had no idea why.
Yeah, people be up in the business though, man. People be in the business though, man. They be like wanting to know everything. It's crazy. Like I don't care, man. Like I don't. If Josh goes on a date, I'm not gonna be the next day. But like, so did you smash?
No, I'd call you that night,
business.
just like we agreed.
Right. Hilarious. I don't give a fuck, man. I mean, congratulations if you did. You know. So, but that's
there's
crazy.
a reason I haven't called you.
I hear more stories about myself that aren't true versus those stories. I hear so many stories where I'm like, and then what did I do? Oh, I did. Well, shit. Did I slap her afterwards too? I have, like, put it like this. I have never known, ever since I moved to the Midwest, I've never had so many people just straight up lie about the things I did. Like, you ever see that SNL skit where this guy dies and they're like, here's to Bill Baskins or some shit like that. And they'll be like, one time I saw him fight a bear. And then, and the stories just keep getting more and more elaborate about this dude who, by the end of it, would have had to be 8 feet tall, ride a blue ox,
Right.
And that's kind of how it is for me right now. Like, the more I'm on TV and plays, the more I hear stories about myself where I'm like, I did? When?
Yeah, I've heard.
Like, some girl said that first time I met her, I said, don't touch my hair, bitch. And I was like, I wouldn't even say that because I just slapped you.
Right.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm having a weird time. I have dudes lie on me like they're bitches.
Wow.
It is what it is.
Like they used to.
I don't know what would be worse, having someone tell stories that were untrue and terrible, or have someone tell stories that were untrue and then depress the hell out of me because they're making me lead a better life than I'm actually living.
You know what? I went through that. Like, I had a girlfriend who thought I was just cheating on her left and right. And she was like, she thought I was sleeping with damn near everybody. And at a certain point, I was like, man, I wish I was that cool. Like, I wish I was. Like, the guy you talking about sound pretty cool. Like, I'm like, that ain't me. You the only crazy person that want my ass. But I'm like, man, I mean, she thought I was screwing this person, that person. I was like, man, after a while, I was like, that sounds pretty cool, but it wasn't true. I wasn't cheating. So, it is what it is. So, I don't know. I had my car keyed once because of something my roommate did. This fool, I had loaned him my car. And apparently he was messing with a girl in our building. He was telling her that it was his car that I was borrowing. And so when he messed her over, she keyed the car. So yeah, I was pissed. Oh man.
Why are you upset? It was his car, apparently.
Right, apparently, right. So since it's your car, you need to have it fixed, fool.
Yeah, if this is your car, you better pay for my repair.
Right. So I'm like, man, how am I gonna get jammed up over some shit I didn't do?
Ain't no future in frontin'.
Nah,
ain't no future in frontin'.
No. I was playing PlayStation the other day because that's I do that.
Right.
And just playing Apex Legends with a random friend.
Uh-huh.
And he invited some girl to the group. And I'm like, okay, cool. We're 3 strong. Let's do this. She wasn't that good. So he started being like just mean. It's like, you suck. You got to get out of this party. And she had sent me a friend request and I accepted. The thing is, she then sent me a message like, what did I do wrong? I'm like, girl, we've known each other for like 4 minutes. Why are you trying to bring me into this?
Wow. Man, they take that shit very serious, man. On
The
there.
answer is toughen up, Buttercup. Not joking.
Yeah, well, hey, man, they take it real serious, man. Them kids on there.
Yeah,
he was very
my
clear
mother
that she
was like,
sucked.
"Your
So
sister calls
I don't.
people butt nuggets on Call of Duty," and I was just like, you know what? Calling somebody a butt nugget on Call of Duty way different than what I normally hear when I play Call of Duty.
Yeah, I've heard all kind of racial shit.
Yeah, I was like, if somebody doesn't say the N-word, are you even playing Call of Duty?
Right.
Exactly. Right?
Yeah, I hear way too much racist stuff on Call of Duty.
When I remember the first time someone called me that, I'm like, wait, what?
Right. They were trying to make you an honorary member of our community.
Which, that's cool with me.
I don't know if Call of Duty is the way in which we, hand out memberships.
Right. You know, Yardley, my co-host, is like ranked in the top percentile of Call of Duty players. He's like an expert Call of Duty player.
Maybe I need to get him in my squad.
Yeah, he's very good. So, yeah.
As long as he doesn't mind me jumping on his back and getting through the game.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's crazy though. All right, so let me ask you this, Madeline.
Yes.
I see you've been doing quite a bit of stuff. You have a lot of you have a lot of irons in the fire. And how do you decide like what you about to get into? Because I mean, it seems like you have a lot of things going. Is it a method to the madness, or you just whatever you feel in that moment? Like, is there a plan?
Whatever I feel in the moment, if it brings me money or if it helps my career. If I think it's gonna help my career, it is what it is. If I think it's gonna help my career, I'm doing it. Other than that, it's usually a whim. Like I think, okay, I like this, so let's do it. Or they're gonna pay me copious amounts of money, and I'm like, okay, let's do it.
You obviously have no problem taking your clothes off.
No, I was an art model for years, but the thing is, I'm not doing like I'm not a stripper. I'm not doing porn, and that's usually not what people are hiring me for. Because I still work for Disney at the end of the day too.
Has anyone ever asked you to?
At the moment, it's just there's two different parts. Like I'm an artist, and I was raised with artists. So for me, the human body is a form of art. Like I don't do raunchy, but you can see a titty on my page. But you're not going to see a raunchy titty on my page.
Right? No, your titties are not raunchy. But
context is everything.
No, we do like classical art. I do like sculptures and light painting and all that other crap.
Yeah, I mean, look, hey, kudos to you. You do a very good job of presentation of your outfit. But has anyone ever asked you to strip or do porn or something like that?
Yeah, I've definitely got that question, and I've been a stripper.
Really? I didn't know that.
I was a stripper for 3 months. It was the worst experience ever, and I had dreams about dismembering and killing men and drinking their blood, and so I quit.
Wow.
It was causing me I realized that it was causing me some dark, deep mental problems after about 3 months, and I just don't have the personality for it. You got to be friendly and like people, at least for those few minutes to give you money, and I don't have that.
That's
so you were an angry stripper? Were you an angry stripper?
I was a fake nice stripper. I had to smoke copious amounts of weed in order to get through it. And then when I started having dreams about killing people, I was like, you know what? I'm done.
Yeah. I had to smoke a lot of weed when I stripped too. So I get it.
I smoke a lot of weed regardless. It doesn't matter if I'm stripping or not, but
we've all been there.
Right.
Oh yeah, but that was a long time ago. That was at least almost 15 years ago. So.
Oh, that was a while ago. You was a baby then.
There's a movie about strippers that kill the men and drink their blood.
Is it zombie strippers?
Vampires.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, with James Woods.
Jameson was pretty good.
I was thinking From Dusk Till Dawn.
Right.
Oh yeah, Dusk Till Dawn is the best movie ever. That's my favorite movie. But there's only one stripper in there, and Salma Hayek makes up for at least 50 strippers.
Right.
Agreed.
Would you do this? Would you do the snake thing?
I love snakes. I don't like rabbits. You know what? I spend so much time hanging out with human snakes. I prefer the other snakes better. At least I know what they're gonna do.
I am so good on snakes. Like we were talking about
snakes. I like snakes.
We were talking about this before. Like if I had kids, there's only one animal I would let my kids have, and that's a dog. But it has to be an approved dog on me. Like no hamsters, no gerbils, because those are rats, rodents.
They are.
No snakes, because no rabbits either. No cats, because I don't trust cats. And
I don't know why okay, I have no problems with cats. I'm allergic to cats, but I know a copious amount of people who do not trust cats.
That's me.
What is that?
Motherfuckers.
Because they will murder you in your sleep.
They will. They are not loyal.
But a dog will eat you if you die. Like dogs will kill you too.
Dogs are loyal. Dogs will be homeless with you. Dogs will be home. You don't see no cat being with you and you homeless. Them motherfuckers get the fuck out.
A cat will be homeless with you. A cat won't be homeless with you. You're right.
Right.
A dog will.
A cat will kill you to feed to the dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She says, "Why no rabbits?" I don't like rabbits either. I don't trust them either with them eyes and shit. I'm good on
rodents. So for me, it's anything that's rodent related. I can't do.
What's a fake ass movie? She said something's a fake ass movie.
All movies?
I don't know. Like you don't have to tell me what the fake ass movie was. I didn't even know we talked about a movie.
We did touch on From Dusk Till Dawn.
Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh, she was. Oh, okay. Because there is a delay. So yeah, okay. But
There's also zombie strippers, and that's a real movie.
Wait, how's it a fake movie? All movies are fake, really. The one where the cat kills you.
I mean, I guess a documentary, but a documentary is not necessarily a movie.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, all movies are fake.
Right. Even documentary. I guess home movies are the only real movies, right? So
and even then,
amateur is the best.
That's right. Well, I don't know, man. I've seen some badass amateur stuff.
I can never get anybody that there's somebody I'm talking to, and I can never get them to actually go ahead and just make the Pornhub account with me.
Even with all of the free weeks they've been offering lately that I've heard about from other people and not checked into myself.
Oh, I don't mean buying it. I mean getting, performing.
Oh, okay.
Madeline, I'm sure if you put that out there in the world, you will have no shortage of people willing to help you with that endeavor.
Well, I'm picky, so I mean, I gotta I feel like amateur porn is better if the two people in it actually have a relationship. I don't know why. You can see it. I like it better when the two people actually have a relationship. So you're like, oh, it's hard.
You know what? I'm glad you said that. I want to call out these porn actresses who only do things with their boyfriends. You're not a real porn actress unless you fucking a stranger. So you gotta.
I mean, but eventually the porn industry, the way it is, nobody's ever a stranger. You know everybody in that industry pretty much. No,
what I'm saying is it can't be the person you can't get. You can get paid to fuck somebody you already fucking. You gotta fuck some.
But they do though.
I know that's whack though. That's not real.
Huge demographic.
I want to see you acting. That ain't acting if you're screwing your boyfriend or your girlfriend.
Isn't it just method?
That makes it better. That makes it real, yo.
That's me peeking in your window. I'm gonna be peeking in your window. Like I want
to actually see somebody have a real one.
I don't know. I feel like you're not a real porn actress unless
I feel like I want a woman to have a real orgasm instead of the fake bullshit ones that get the fake porn makes men who have really little to no experience do dumb things in bed.
Wait a minute.
Like,
I'm experienced and I do dumb shit in bed. You never stop doing dumb shit in bed.
I prefer to watch amateurs that actually know each other. Well, I mean, I don't watch it that much anyway, but I've been trying to get the person I'm talking to go in on it.
No, I
I
don't
think
do
it's
that.
just better when they know each other. I like it better when they're
That
like an
makes sense.
actual couple.
That makes sense. No, I don't do that.
I feel like the stranger thing is weird to me.
I know that's the point. Like you gotta.
Nah, I mean, you know what? Some people like some strange. I know people who like strange. I'm not a person that likes strange.
Vacation vagina is the best. But anyway, perfect timing, Jen. You came right at the right time.
I can hear that. Yeah.
Like literally. But no, I feel like you're a fake porn star if you only have sex with your boyfriend or your husband or something.
I prefer that kind of porn, but porn is all about.
I could just look in her window at night, and I get that.
That's not I mean, at least you got the free show. I don't. But you know what? What if you got ugly neighbors? I don't want to watch ugly couples have sex. I'm trying to look for attractive couples having sex.
Why everybody gotta be fine? Why can't we have some ugly people doing porn?
I mean, you could. I ain't ugly though, so I have
They
no
do.
attraction to looking at.
I know. I'm being silly.
From what I hear.
From what I hear, I was told.
What I hear, I was like, I don't want to put it like this. I don't want to look at people who are not as attractive as myself because I have a mirror. I can just do it myself. I need to find, I want to look at better.
I don't know though. I kind of think that part of the porn allure is you're living a fantasy, and so just people that seem like I don't know. There is a difference, and maybe there's room for both. But I think most people that watch porn are looking to buy into the fantasy, not to buy into something real life, and that's part of why porn seems so different. And as a strange sort of conundrum about that too, though, it also makes real sex sort of seem not like blasé almost, because it's not the fantasy. So I don't know. I
have the fantasy stuff, but that's because I get the fantasy stuff. So I don't have that problem.
Okay, I have two scenarios I want to run by you guys real quick.
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Go, Josh.
Okay, one. What if it's somebody single watching, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they take, the scenario of the real life partners doing the movie, and they're like, "Oh yeah, these guys are in a monogamous relationship. They're so devoted to each other. That is so hot."
Right.
It happens though.
No doubt.
Like, if you look at the numbers for amateur porn, they're pretty high. Like, people actually, I think that's the voyeuristic quality, I think, because there's so many different types of porn. You can watch furries. Furries exist, and there's large numbers of furries. They have furry conventions. So I feel like amateur porn with a couple it's pretty high up there compared to the number of people who are dressing up as giant cats and anime characters and having group sex.
Okay, second part. And this is very specific. What would it take away to see two people that are in a real life relationship in a movie if their parts, if the roles they were playing were supposed to be strangers to each other? Would you look at it and say, "Oh no, I'm being taken out of this. They seem way too familiar with each other"?
Sometimes,
I don't think it would matter. I kind of like I like the idea of like actual couples.
Really?
Yeah, I don't
want to see it. I don't want to see no real couple.
I'm a softie.
Even if they're supposed to be playing strangers?
I don't want to see Tom Hanks and his wife getting it popping on screen.
They're ugly though. I don't want to watch ugly people do it.
Oh wow! Did you just come from?
Wow, it's such mental.
Tom Hanks was beautiful. I saw young Tom Hanks, and he was gorgeous back in the day. I don't want to watch that now though.
We watched The Money Pit last night in the family movie night.
Wow. He was pretty. He was gorgeous.
Can a brother get old? Can a brother?
They do. I don't watch
that. You know what? I feel like this is a conversation that we've had before, but honestly, this is the reason that women, especially women, but men too, are always under so much pressure to never have a gray hair, never have a single extra pound. Never
Because
have.
of Madeline. Because people like Madeline.
Oh my God, it's
Judgmental.
hard. You're just so judged. Oh, it's kind of
I'm not-
scary sometimes.
I don't care what people do in real life, but if I have to masturbate to it, I'm not interested in seeing geriatric porn.
Yeah, well, I mean,
You don't like GIF?
There's lines.
No. For me, I don't care if people are overweight in real life or have gray hair. I don't have to date them. But if I'm masturbating to it, I feel like I don't have to watch a 50-year-old man with wrinkly balls jack off or have
You know
sex.
what? I'm 7 years from being 50, and
I
I
don't want to see
take
your balls either right
in
now.
the future I take offense.
Me takes offense.
And if we're being,
I have no desire to see your balls either right now.
if we're being fair, in
I-
Florida,
for that.
gilfs usually start around late 20s.
It's so true.
I mean, I don't know. If you're a really well taken care of gilf, like if you're a J-Lo gilf, that could fly. But most people in America aren't J-Lo gilfs.
Put one in the chat, ladies, if you don't mind old wrinkly balls. No, anyway, I'm just kidding. Don't do it.
Okay, then how about this? Who would you rather see? Scarlett Johansson and Colin Jost, or Scarlett Johansson and Ryan Reynolds?
White women don't do anything for me, so
Aw. Scarlett
I
Johansson.
can't even begin to like. I've dated a few white women, and I just can't do it. But you know what? Strangely, I'm still attracted to white men, which is weird.
Very weird.
But I just
Yeah,
can't. It isn't my bag. I don't know why. I don't think that they're ugly. I don't think that they're stupid. I'm just don't have a heavy attraction for Scarlett Johansson at all.
Well, don't feel bad. White men don't do it for me either.
White men don't bother me though. I just don't have an attraction to white women. So can't help
What's
you there.
up, Carlos?
What's going on?
Carlos
I
is
think
like
they're
the
cool.
hardest.
I mean,
Carlos
I think they're
is the
cool.
hardest
They're
working
beautiful.
dude
I'm just not. It ain't me. I
in
just can't do
streaming.
it.
What? Real quick,
So
Carlos
can
is
I
the
ask, how did the
hardest
masturbation part come in?
Well, I think it goes
came in
back
kinda
to
late,
where I
so
jumped in with everyone being polite.
Oh, okay.
When people stop being polite and start getting real, the real
being real. Yeah, I don't want to see no old balls.
See, that's weird. I'm a realist, and I'm not polite. So I don't. Normally I don't deal with.
Even young balls aren't attractive. Like balls just are not an attractive thing.
Agreed.
You know what?
It's not like no matter what age the balls are attached to or are, they're just not very like pleasant.
You know what? I'm gonna need you to stop coming for testicles tonight.
Actually,
You're offending my future balls, and you're offending now my present day balls.
Oh my God.
No, I saw on TV that people were injecting collagen into their testicles so they could have smoother testicles.
Yes, because of you.
Does that work? Ask
I
your
don't
girlfriend.
know if they're smooth or wrinkly. It's smooth or wrinkly. They're not the most attractive things.
It's because of you. I'm calling you out tonight.
Hey, look.
Because you are a ball shamer.
Don't get collagen in your balls. They're beautiful
I
just
am.
the way they are.
I am. Because I don't want Madeline talking about balls no more. They're gonna be fooled out.
Well, I got one more thing to say on the subject.
How do you do that and also practice social distancing? I mean, like I kind of have a scenario in my head, but just wondering how you'd envision that.
You know what?
You gotta use a blow dart.
The person that you don't look, the person that's smoothing out your balls, you just pretty much said, I'm not practicing social distance from that person. Okay. So it's like I trust the ball smoother person. They probably ain't got nothing. So
you don't want to practice social distancing in that case.
No, I mean, look, you can't distance yourself from everybody in the world. So the person that's smoothing out your balls, what are you gonna say? Do it from 6 feet away?
Well, maybe they could like give you the equipment and then they could like walk you through it.
Or you know what you should do is
have the balls.
Huh? have your lady that your quarantine bae. She
Oh,
can go on YouTube and learn how to do it, and then she'll do
There
it.
you go.
Yeah.
Oh my
I
god.
have no quarantine
and
baby, which is garbage.
if you could make a bunch of money smoothing out dudes' balls, you wouldn't be injecting them. You would turn that paper down.
How much are we talking?
Balls are
How
not,
much are we talking?
the balls are not consistent.
Right, I know.
Well, balls aren't consistent. So when they get hot, they start to hang. When they get cold, they just turn into a woman.
Right. So, well, look, by the time that happens, she done already got paid. So, what they gonna do? Give you a bad deal?
And on top of that, what about women? What about women's lips down there? Do they get collagen and Botox and all that type of stuff?
No, they have this thing called
Because,
vaginal rejuvenation. They have vaginal rejuvenation surgery.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's different. That's if it's like opened up too much through childbirth and all that. That's a little different than what happened.
Well, through penis insertion.
Well, everybody got silent on me.
Right. No. I mean, that's.
Or did I just lose everybody's audio?
I mean, it just sounds like something Gwyneth Paltrow should be talking about.
I was just going to say that.
I lost everybody's audio. All right, I'll refresh.
All right.
There is no. I'll put it like this: there is no penis on Earth that can actually move any woman's vagina out of shape. The only thing that can actually really do it is a baby. So it's always funny to me when guys are just like, "Oh my God, can you handle this?" And I'm like, "We're built to give birth to children, dude. I'll stroke your ego, but I don't know how to tell you that, science, biology."
It is dope though when a girl's like, "I don't know if I can handle this," and you're like, "Yeah." So
yeah, but in reality, you can't be like, "Well, on average, a woman can give birth to a 13-pound baby," but you don't want to think about that. You just want to, you just need the ego. The ego just needs to be stroked.
That's right. My ego needs to be stroked several times a day.
Hopefully to beautiful porn, right?
Yeah. Wait, I said my ego stroked. That is something else.
I know what you were talking
gross
about.
Porn too. I remember Sasha Grey got famous from getting punched in the face and then licking toilet seats.
Oh wow.
So there is porn.
And Clint, Sasha Grey. She was actually a legit actress for a minute.
That is so weird.
Yeah, she did the Girlfriend Experience, but licking
Right.
toilet
And
seats makes it really
Entourage
hard
as
for
well.
people to want to deal with you.
I interviewed a woman who does the Girlfriend Experience, where people pay her to be like the girlfriend, but she had a bent on it, like she was the nerdy girlfriend experience. So she'll do all the nerd shit with you. Like guys could pay her to be like your nerdy girlfriend. And you know
what? I went to Vegas, and the guy that I should not be talking to, people kept asking me how much he paid me.
Yeah, I asked you that shit too. But
I know you asked me too, but I didn't
that
take any
motherfucker.
money. I actually am just the regular nerdy girlfriend experience.
Yeah, well. Are women nerds really on par? You know what? I'm gonna alienate some people. Are women nerds really on par with male nerds?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
I'm raising 3.
In what regard?
Do they really die for this shit like men do though?
Do men really die for video games though?
Yeah.
Nerdy dude.
There was a mass shooting in my town that proves that is yes.
Yeah, they do.
Nerdy dudes. I don't mean it literally. I mean figuratively. Like nerdy guys be dying on the cross for this nerd shit. Do women really do though? Really?
Like really? Spock is the best.
Yeah.
Okay. I've had this conversation.
They do.
Sort of.
They do. And what bothers women the most is when guys are like, "Oh, well, if you like anime, then you need to tell me which anime came out in 1982 and which show had the best and how long was the duration of the theme song, and was it made by like Haruo Murakami or was it made by like you know what I mean? Like that's bullshit."
Wait,
but go ahead, Jen. What were you gonna say, Jen?
I've had this conversation on somebody else's experience we were talking about the idea between why fanboys tend to walk into a fandom and just ruin it, and in ways that fangirls don't seem to sort of do the same thing. And I think what we came up with is that men have the level of geek appreciation is just as deep. I mean, women get just as into video games as men. All of the stuff that makes up geek culture is totally, it's genderless, right? That part is, I think I can agree with. But what happens is men have this kind of a sense of competition and over ego about stuff. And so there are so many fanboy know-it-alls that like their self-worth is somehow wrapped up in whether they know X, Y, and Z. And the only way they can prove their self-worth to you is by saying, well, you don't know what I know. And
the gatekeeping.
Yeah.
When I say
aren't like that. Women are like, dude, you got to appreciate this with me. Come watch it. Come, let's do this, whatever.
When I say die for it, though, I mean it like this. Who has a harder life? A straight up real nerd guy or a real nerd woman?
Oh, I see.
Like, it depends.
A nerdy dude.
I mean, the problem is it's just like, but that depends. Like, there's so many other factors in it, right? Let's say, like, if you are a beautiful man, you'll probably have a better time being a nerd than, say, a non-attractive woman. Or an attractive woman will probably have a better time than a non-attractive man. And then there's people who don't use deodorant when you go to the cons. That is a problem. The thing is, there's people who are antisocial, so they'll have less luck. I mean, there's so many factors on what makes it easier to be a nerd and what doesn't make it easier to be a nerd. Like, I like nerdy
but hold on.
stuff, but at the same
If I
time,
may interject just for a second. A nerdy woman, a nerdy guy would probably date a nerdy girl and or a beautiful girl, of course.
Right.
Of course.
A nerdy girl would probably not want to date a nerdy guy who's not attractive.
Why do you think that is? Why
Amen.
do you think that is?
Well, because the girl usually has the power.
Oh.
They get to choose a little bit more than the guy does. The guys are always at the whim of the woman. If the woman doesn't want it, then there's nothing the guy can do.
Madeline, you
I
go
date nerdy guys, and all I did, I've dated tons of nerdy guys, and all I ever do is get fucked over. I'm gonna go back to dating rich. I'm going to go back to dating rich doctors, because every time I deal with nerdy men, it's just too much. It's always some drama.
Wait, so you only date nerdy men?
Dating trust fund babies. It was easier.
No, she dated like one nerdy guy, and he's a dick.
I've dated multiple. I've dated
where?
Surgeons. My last one.
I'm talking about nerdy guys.
This last one was a mathematical physicist.
Well, he's balling. I'm talking about a broke nerd. Just the current guy is a broke ass nerd. Like if a dude's balling, you get no credit for that.
I love him.
I'm a broke nerd.
You get no like you get.
I am too, actually.
Madeline, you get no credit. You get no credit for dating someone who got money, who's an astrophysicist.
He ain't have no money then. He was a valet while going to school to become a mathematical physicist.
That's when you need to get him. That's when you get him.
He was broke.
So you didn't hold on?
Up until after the year we broke up.
You
messed up. You should have married him.
And was just like, well, I'm done now.
You should have married. Nobody was putting you in no closets. I mean, lockers. Nobody put you.
No, that's because I won't let anybody do that. I'll fight you.
Right.
Like, the problem is, you being a nerd doesn't mean that you're gonna sit there and get your ass whooped. That just makes you soft.
Nerds, man, be dying on the cross. Male nerds be dying on the cross with his nerd life.
Hold on, but some nerds,
You know who's a giant nerd?
It just means you're nerdy.
You know who's a giant nerd who is also super attractive and, as far as I can tell, maybe has his life together. I don't know, a little bit. Henry Cavill. And what's his name? Joe Manganiello.
There was some scandal about him. But the one thing about Henry Cavill is that he doesn't date women over 20.
Well, I wasn't commenting on whether he had common sense. I was just saying he was a nerd.
Wait, he don't date. He only
He is
dates
a nerd.
19-year-olds.
God.
He
No,
only dates
actually,
youngins. His
no,
last three
actually,
girlfriends were like
true. That's not true
17,
anymore. That's
18,
not
and
true
19.
anymore. His current girlfriend is, I don't know. She's almost 40, I think. She's
Oh, he's
a
got a girl of
stunt person.
age?
Yeah, he's a
Of
stunt.
age.
She's a
Yes.
stunt person.
To be honest with you, I thought I didn't like girls, but
Wait, who is this?
I mean, like,
yeah, man. I didn't even. That's
I'm
what.
glad he upgraded. It was time for him to be with an adult.
but that's not.
Why?
But the point is that there are some, like, there are actually guys who are super nerdy or super geeky, and they do have their lives together, and they are super attractive to women, not just from a physical standpoint, but also from sort of all the other things, like, are you emotionally
Mental.
secure? Can you carry on an intelligent conversation outside of your fandom and those kinds of things? So there are those people out there. However, I think if you go to Comic-Con and you try to hook up with somebody at Comic-Con, you are not going to find your lifelong partner, because the people that go there, the people that end up in those places, they tend to be the more obsessed people. So you're not going to find people that have, the average interest. It's just like, some of this stuff seems so hard and some of it doesn't. I feel like we pile on too much to geek and nerdy culture as sort of a, like, there's some kind of, like it's broken, and I don't think it's actually broken. I think sometimes the way we look at it feels broken.
By the way,
Yeah,
I
like
might
there's broken
overshare
people
tonight.
in it, but like I think there's a, like, you know what, I'm nerdy, and I was an MMA fighter and a stunt person. I could definitely whoop your ass, and I know lots of nerdy people who could definitely whoop ass. I mean, I feel like for me, I've dated broke nerds, and it always seems to be drama, because their obsessed friends and me never get to see eye to eye. And
You
then
know
there's also
what?
I hate to say it, there's also like a good bit of racism in nerd culture, and that's
Big
kind of a
time, yeah.
problem too.
Really?
You know what?
Oh,
My
yeah.
friend Lauren at, because we were supposed to do a nerd dating show.
You always want to do a dating show.
I do,
That'd
man.
be so
I love
funny.
it, man. I love it. I'm
You
always
almost got me.
people up.
You
That'd
almost
be
got
so
me in
funny.
trouble last time.
Really? I thought I hooked you up, man. Man, he had this beautiful woman that was just like googly eyeing him, So,
Aw.
yeah, she's a sweetheart too. But
Oh, cute.
No, we're friends.
yeah. And then she was like, girl was like, hell yeah, want Carlos. She's like, she was putting it out there. She was like, what's up?
But the problem is that it's a thing that it's a problem that I have.
Mm-hmm.
Is anyone who on the female side who gets to know me over time, there's always this problem of attraction. So it makes it difficult to hold a friendship when that's lingering overhead.
Why? Because you don't
I can
think
see that.
attractive, or because you don't think that other people are attractive? Like,
No, neither. It's I mean, because the woman we're talking about, she's gorgeous, she's beautiful.
Very good.
I'm finalizing a divorce. I'm not mentally ready to jump into. I've been married for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
We're finalizing a divorce.
right.
So to me, like, I left the dating world, and when I met her, I was dating like 300 women. So 20 years later, the dating world is completely different. It's horrible. And so I'm not wanting to enter that.
Yeah, I can agree with you there.
So and it's not to say that, like, certain people aren't nice or anything like that. I don't have a problem with that. It's just that if I'm not ready, I let them know. I'm like, look, I'm not ready. And then they're like, but I can make you ready. And it's like, no, it doesn't work that way.
I feel what you're saying, and you made great points about that. But
yeah, that day was a pretty intense.
But no, she was just so sweet.
Like,
the girl was very sweet.
Oh, she's absolutely sweet. She's amazing. She's an amazing woman.
Yes. So, and it's if it's meant to be, it's gonna happen. if it's meant to be, it's gonna happen. But if it does happen, if y'all have a kid together, his name better be Kente. I'm just saying. They'll be like, why are these two Spanish people got a kid named Kente, who's a girl?
Oh my God, I love it.
I mean, Kente could be.
Long story.
Kente could be a girl's name, maybe. I don't know.
What, Contessa?
Make it work.
Contessa.
Contessa.
Like there's girls named
Oh my God, that
Madison.
actually
There's
sounds
girls
English.
named Jack.
I don't know, man. I don't know, but I feel you though on that. And if you're not in the right headspace, you're not gonna be good to nobody.
It's actually not a headspace thing because I'm over the relationship. I'm pretty straight on all that, but financially, it pretty much knocked me down to ground zero. So when you're down on ground zero, what am I going to offer a woman? Right?
Especially Madeline.
No, well, right, because women talk about like, well, I'll never date a broke guy and stuff like that. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's something to write down in my notebook to say, well, don't get involved if you're broke. So
listen, Carlos, I'm totally not, I'm not Dear Abby. I'm not any kind of life coach. I'm sort of just, your basic life coach, right? But I gotta say that I disagree with that premise pretty strongly because I know the premise that women don't want to date somebody who doesn't have a bank or whatever. It's not. It's a perpetuation of a woman's insecurity, right? When women say, "I'll never date anybody who doesn't have a lot of money," it's an insecurity from a woman's point of view because, and let's face it, it's a truth that women are oftentimes economically disadvantaged to the point that a relationship is sort of the only way up and out. And so I totally understand that. But I think if you're a guy, if you look at the relationship or if you look at that statement as, look, this is me not being secure about having, some kind of future, that it makes it a little bit easier to understand because it totally isn't about you as a person. Your worth as a person is not measured in a bank account. Your worth as a person is measured in all of the things that happen along the way. And I'm not saying that having some financial security for your stake is not important, because of course it is, because that adds to your self-worth and makes you feel like you've got something to bring to the power couple too. But it's not who you are. So I just, I just got.
Yeah, in other words, so for me, it's a couple of things that happen. If I hear that from a woman, well, obviously it's a red flag. I agree with you. It is a self-esteem issue on their side. I'm not worried about me. I'm not worried about being on ground zero. That's never been a concern. I've lost $25 million before. I'm okay with that. Losing and failure is part of life. Well, I never saw it because I lost it. but
did you check your other pants?
I did. It was, like that little pocket that you forget to check all the time. It might have been in there. But
I don't know. I've dated many a broke guy, and it's always backfired in my face. So I'm gonna not do that anymore.
Well, so here's the thing for that. The question is, why are they broke? Is it because of their own doing, or because of this? The like right now, you meet almost any guy, almost all of them are gonna be broke because of the situation right now. Nobody's got a job. But before this, is it because they're just lazy? They just like to play video games and get high? Is it that reason, or is it, so, if you learn a little, you can learn what the reason is. Me, I'm Kinte, I don't stop working. I mean,
not at all.
Right now, I'm trying to get to a point where I can make $20,000-$30,000 a month. And that's my goal. When I reach that goal, then I'll worry about women. Because I don't have to worry if they decide to stick with me or not. If they leave, I'm good. I'm not losing a house. I'm not losing a family. I'm not losing anything. I'm just losing a few 100 pounds of women, right? And I get involved because I want to make sure that we get along. We have a friendship. There's depth and love in there, not just sex.
If you're making $30,000 a month, what would her allowance be?
There ain't no allowance. No allowance. That was the sixth.
Like, baby, you get $100 a week. And
look,
you can use the Costco card.
My ex
y'all
makes.
out here getting allowance? I don't get no what? I'm fucking up.
You want unfettered access to the account? You want unfettered access to the account?
No. So my ex makes a 6-figure income, and I'm very happy for her. I'm very proud of her. But she would have. I helped her get there. So thank you, Clint. But really, I mean, in a relationship of today, it has to have more depth than she's got a cute butt or whatever else. It's got to has more value. I mean, I'm old now. I'm a grandfather. Well, I'm not really, but I mean, I feel like I'm that old.
Right.
And I can't just go for the young floozies because they'll leave as soon as I get old enough, and then I'll be back to square one. And then if I get someone who's too old, well, they'll probably die before me. So that puts me in a strange predicament. Now,
Carlos.
you laugh. Hold on, you laugh. But when I was 25, I dated a 50-year-old. Now she's probably going to be 75.
Right.
Think about that.
Right. Me too. I mess with a lot of older women.
So, so now I have to really be very careful as to A, the age group. 2, 90% of the women I meet have children. So I have to be a dad for someone else now. It's a lot to take in. I just want to be able to say, you know what? Let me just put my feet down and know that I can stand on my own.
Right.
She's like, I like
that's where I'm at. I'm
I
trying to
was going to say, I was going to say that that I want to say it's the older that you get, but I hate saying it that way because it sounds it sounds ageist. It's not the older that you get. It's the more mature, the more life experience that you have, the more that you recognize that the important things in life are not the things that you were chasing in your 20s and your 30s. And that's not to diminish the fact that when you're in your 20s and 30s, there are certain things that feel really important and you just want to go and do them. That's totally valid. But the moment that you sort of gain a kind of mature wisdom in some ways, I mean, that sounds ridiculous, but honestly, that's sort of what it is, then you stop being entertained by the things that perhaps are entertaining to people that are in their 20s and 30s. And the other thing that I notice is that as people age, as they get older, they are more selective about how they want their partner to behave with them. So it's not so much about your social circle. It's not so much about, all the stuff that sort of is in your orbit. It's about how do I relate to you and how do you relate to me? And that is, I think, a huge difference because when you are dating in your 20s and 30s, you are dating that person plus every single one of their friends and sometimes some of their and it's a lot to navigate. But, as you get older, it's more
I think it was easier then than now.
I hate the situation where you date somebody and you're dating all of their friends also, because my current situation is me and the person I'm talking to, me and their friends don't get along.
It won't last.
I hate that.
Yeah, it won't last. You need to get out. Like, what's that movie? The Get Out movie? You need to. You have a friend that works for the TSA that can come get you.
So
I like him, but me and his friends we don't see eye to eye.
Oh yeah, not gonna be started on this.
So when I was young, I was very career oriented.
So right, thanks, Clint. I mean, not what you were talking about me, but about build your castle and your queen will come. That's so. My mom used to tell me that too when I would say, "Oh, I'm just laughingly, I'm waiting for my ship to come in," and my mom would always tell me, "You build that damn ship."
Wait, so build your castle and your queen will come?
Yeah,
I don't believe that.
A stripper pole.
What's that?
What if you build a stripper pole?
Oh God, Kinte.
Hold on. Well, I don't like that thought of build your castle and the queen will come because it should have nothing to do with the castle.
Well,
right?
Okay, but that's not really what he meant. What he meant was build your foundation. Yeah, well, that's the way I saw it.
Yeah, but that's a selfish. That's a me thing. It's not I'm doing it for the purposes of. Thing.
Yeah, but you can't. But that's the point. The point is, as a person who is looking for their partner, their whatever you want to call it, you can't find that super strong attraction unless you have something solid yourself. So don't call it a castle. Call it something completely different. it's the sentiment is build yourself up and become a strong person, because you don't want somebody that's going to complete you. You want somebody that's going to be there to enjoy life with you, not, oh my God, I can't exist without this. I mean, that's what I think.
There's a delay, so that's why they probably just heard my stripper.
I know. So when I was young, I worked in the entertainment industry, and I was very goal oriented. I went after a lot of things, and none of it were women. The women had problems because I dedicated so much time to that career and that life that I didn't have time for them. So I didn't really date a lot in my youth. Like when I was in my 20s, I was very focused on films and music videos and commercials and trying to get some movies done and all that type of stuff. And in the process of that, I lost 25 million. But later, when I just decided, okay, it's time for me to settle down, I did, and I dated a lot, and then I found the person I wanted. But now, and I'm an illustrator. I do sci-fi fantasy art, and I work in the film industry. So I had multiple careers, and now I'm doing a whole different can of beans. And I don't want to have to explain myself to a person. Like, why am I pursuing this? Because when I was an artist, they're like, well, kids just get a regular job. Like, why do you have to have naked models all the time? I'm like, look, that's my life. Like, it has nothing to do with you. You're not paying me. The job is.
Right.
And if in your imagination, because you have low self-esteem, I'm doing all these models, that's not the case. But I hated having to explain to everybody why my life is the way it was.
Right.
Now I'm gonna be 50. I don't have to continue to explain things. It's just like I am the way I am.
Like just a third.
No, that kills your reputation. Easy, fast.
Low key, yeah. Well, high key. High key. No, I feel you though. I'm right.
Sometimes when I'm on these shows and I, hear like lots of stuff from other people, I just have to take a moment and pause and go, man, I am so glad I live on an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Hawaii. Oh, you're in Hawaii. Cool.
I feel like so much. Not that I don't. I've experienced plenty city-wise, but it's just so different. I mean, there's always drama. There's drama everywhere. But I mean, the biggest source of my drama at the moment is, the chickens in the background making too much noise, or just, I don't know. It just doesn't feel the same. And I love being involved, and I love sort of hearing and participating in, what else is going on in the world. But then sometimes I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so lucky I live on this isolated little teeny rock in the middle of nowhere.
Let me ask this question. I'm gonna bring Josh back into this. Should guys over 30 who are having financial problems, should they even think about dating? Should they just take themselves out the game and just worry about getting their paper up?
And you want me to answer that?
Yeah. Yeah, you're a good person to do that. You over 30?
I'm over 30 and I'm broke, so you're saying maybe I shouldn't date?
I ain't saying you. I'm just saying, what's your perspective on guys in that position?
Well, I was kind of hoping I would think it would be okay. But now I'm not so sure.
What should a guy just be worried about his paper?
No, the guy should never just be worried about how much money he has. There are a lot of other things to worry about.
If I can't,
should there be some consideration for, okay, this is how much money I have. I can, use it on somebody, romantically, or I can put it somewhere else. You got to think about these things.
If I can't take Jen on a date to Chipotle, and I got to worry about, I hope she doesn't get the guacamole because I can't afford that extra $2.
Has that happened to you? Because you brought that up in the last show that we
I use that a lot, right? I use that a lot. It's a mostly different crowd, so I'm using the same joke.
What happened to Chipotle, Kente?
Wait. If we twisted this around, if we turned it totally upside down, and we said, should broke women try to date men because they're not in a good financial situation? I feel like the backlash, no matter what you said, would just be like crazy. Like you almost can't even ask that question because
you don't even apply.
To be the guy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It doesn't even apply. Women have always had the vagina fall back. So
that's what it is.
It's the truth.
That's garbage. Right now I'm in a situation where until I get all my finances together and get a car and all this other stuff, I'm kind of SOL.
Okay, Madeline, you telling me that let's say you was so broke you had a hard time feeding yourself, you couldn't line up a bunch of suckers to take you out every night and keep you fed?
I could, but I couldn't get the one. I couldn't get the one that I want.
You only want the one that's gonna pay. So you ain't trying to be with them.
And they can actually pay for the extra guacamole too.
I can't do that. I can't line up 5 girls in a week to feed me.
Here's the question: what do women want? Like really?
Everything. I mean,
well,
I don't.
That's a very broad.
Something different.
It is, but it's just so like it depends on the woman. It depends on the time of year. It depends on whether they have kids.
Time of year.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
So then there's no way to keep one man.
For me,
no.
For me, I say one of the biggest qualities is I don't laugh at anything, and I hate almost everybody. So if I can like you and also laugh at your jokes, it's pretty good. That's like step one.
But there's this rule that says if you want a woman to really respect you, don't be her what they call it, laughing monkey, wait, something like that. Like she don't respect the guy that's too funny. Is that true?
I never heard that.
Yeah. There's a thing. That's a thing.
So you're telling me nobody wants to date Chris Rock? Nobody wants to date Chris Rock because.
Well, he got money though. Money changes everything.
Oh, right.
However, Chris Rock went up to Rihanna and she treated him like her old uncle.
Now I want to see if I can.
Rihanna's a baller. If you broke, you gonna probably talk to Chris Rock.
I want to see if I can translate this real quick.
Okay.
It's not a matter of a person being too funny as much as they should be able to turn it off and not be the clown all the time.
Right. It's got to be appropriate, right? I don't want you to be telling weird jokes in front of my mom and stuff.
Telling jokes in bed.
Yeah, something like that. You can't be that guy all the time.
Oh man.
Otherwise, you're just a guy that makes somebody laugh, and that's not the person you end up with, right? The one that you only have around for laughs. Because you want somebody that can have some passion too, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, and humor is situational, right?
What you really want to be is.
It depends. I got enough passion for myself. I just want to laugh, and that doesn't very much happen for me very much.
Women put men in a lot of categories, right?
Yeah, they do.
So you can get whatever you need out of a certain guy, and you could be the Notebook guy, the one that she takes to go see the Notebook or Magic Mike or whatever the hell, or you could be the guy that the guy that in 3 o'clock at night she'll call you to fix her flat, right? Because then there's the money guy, the guy that if she needs a little help on some bills, he got her. The best guy out of all of them is the dick guy. Because the dick guy has the best job. All he does is supplies the wood. He doesn't supply anything else. That's the guy you want to be. You don't want to be the Notebook guy. That's the worst dude.
I actually help some people with their bills, but then I'm not involved with them romantically.
Oh yeah. I mean, but it's not because you're trying to hook up with her. Oh, Taisha's here, madam.
Well, so my thing is, I have a rule. Well, at least when I was dating, I had a rule. I guess I'm going to re-implement that. Is no sex for the first 3 months of dating.
Oh wow. Okay. The money guy is the best.
The money guy is the best. Oh my god.
I don't want
Yeah,
to be
but the money guy can leave you for another woman. That's easy. Because if he's easily paying you to be with him, because that's basically what it is, then he could just, once he doesn't like you anymore, just replace you with another girl. Because he's got the money.
right.
There's a line of women that'll take that job.
Yeah.
I feel like if you, as a person, I know that there's so many different qualifications and different, circumstances here to take into consideration. But honestly, if you have lived part of your life without money, it changes how you think about what money really is. And for some people, it becomes a grab. You have to have it because you just feel needy about it all the time. But for other
It's called
people,
marriage.
yeah, okay. There you go. But for other people, it becomes you realize pretty quickly that money doesn't solve everything. That it solves some things, but it doesn't solve everything. And it certainly doesn't. I hate this because it's so easy to quantify with a quick, snippy answer. But money doesn't make you a happy person. What makes you a happy person is what you do with the money, how you do with the money, the things along the way that you are experientially dealing with. And money helps that. That's for sure. But you don't have to have it to be a happy person.
Interesting.
And I mean, I'm saying that, and I am super, super, super broke. I mean, like really super broke. But it's okay. Like I don't know. It's weird. It's not.
But Jen, if you chose, you could find a sucker that would fund you through Corona all the way to 2021 at least. Because
There's a website for that.
Would they buy me extra
guys?
Because that's the key, right? Buy me some extra.
You can have a guy fund your dreams.
Mm-hmm. There's a website for women.
There's
a website for women for sugar daddies.
Right.
I have a friend of mine who did it for a year. Dozens of men paying her bills, paying her, getting her nails done, her hair done for a year.
First of all, I'm not pretty enough for that. Secondly, I'm not that shallow. So
whatever. Then you can. I'm telling you, there's so many guys out there. I could be a coach if I was an asshole. I could tell you what to say because I know dudes, and there's a lot of dudes out there that if you made them a plate of spaghetti and blew on their ear, they'll pay your rent. I mean, these guys are ridiculous.
Does lasagna count?
Look, guys with money, like I used to do Uber temporarily in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
And man, I would pick up guys who are not pick up guys, pick up for fare.
Right.
I have to clarify. Who, they're just flipping through their app and they're like, "Oh, I got 3 dates today." I'm like, "Damn, how can you afford 3 dates?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, well, I do this and that." Like, guys got money, and he's just like, "I want to get laid 3 times today." Like that's his mission. That's all he cared about. Wow. If they got money, that's their mission. Not everybody, not 100%, but
where they are though.
And it's just what happens.
Olaf says, "Jenna, I'll buy you if you want."
Thanks, Olaf. I love you, buddy.
She said, "Where they at?" That's hilarious. Jen, you have a beautiful mind and amazing conversation. See, Jen, you sell yourself. See, if you really knew the power. If you went to Palpatine, every woman can be a player. Any woman can be a player. Okay? Any woman can be a player, for real though.
It's just the nature of your heart. Anybody can be a player, but it depends on
right.
Your mentality.
We'll see how everybody feels after Kinte and I do an entire podcast on The Mandalorian. Then we'll see.
Then you get the nerd. Man, nerd. Oh my God. Like those nerdy guys that they see a girl who she knows all the anime stuff. See, anime to me is Tina Turner. So, but like, all the anime stuff and Tina Turner, that's her real name, Carlos. Okay. He's like, wait, what are you talking about? No. But, if you know all the anime stuff, the Dragon Ball Z, whatever, I don't know, Pokemon, what's that, Naruto or whatever, That stuff is.
I love Naruto.
They love that shit. Oh my god! And you know that stuff?
I love Naruto.
See,
I love Naruto.
she's like a poster. She's a poster pinup.
Sailor Moon.
Oh,
that's reaching. Sailor Moon. The only reason
Gatchaman.
But it's okay to like Sailor Moon. It's okay to like. I mean, it's okay to like Sailor Moon. It's okay to like all of anime. Like, it is what it is. There is no like. It's like people who are like subbed or dubbed. Just watch the shit. Enjoy it. It's fantasy.
I remember watching Inuyasha, and I started watching it because I had a kid that was super into it, right? And I remember waking up at like 2-3 o'clock in the morning when the first episodes would air, because they would air separately during the day, and I would wake up super early in the morning so I could watch it first, because that's how into it I was. I feel like there's so many levels of being nerdy and geeky that like we could have 100 podcasts about this and still never even scratch the surface.
What's up, Sam? Sam is in the house.
Sure, you can't, because like for me, I'll watch Sailor Moon, but then I'll watch Parasite Maxim or something.
Kipo and the Wonder
There's just so many levels to the geekery. Like, there are only people who will only watch harem anime. I only like watching
harem anime. Oh my god!
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know what that is either.
I'm trying to
now
my boy
Wait,
Nia.
what about?
Where's he at?
What about Playboy anime?
Playboy
harem anime is basically some geeky guy, and he ends, and all these like aggressive women come up and kind of they decide that they're going to be his, and he has to sleep with them all.
So a guy wrote this.
And some people only watch that, or some people only watch hentai where tentacles have sex with schoolgirls.
I don't get that. What's that?
Another guy wrote that clearly.
What's that about? Like tentacle porn? I never got. I guess you just got to be on that weird vibration.
Millennials, it's super popular right now.
You gotta be on that.
You said tentacle porn?
Yeah, I heard about it. Like I heard about it.
It's very Asian. It actually came from being in Hawaii. Like I know this stuff, but it actually came from Japan, and there's a whole culture attached to it. It's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Tentacle porn.
Tentacle, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely came from
I haven't
Japan,
seen it yet.
like, what is it? It started from Legend of the Overfiend.
I saw that. That's
considered
great.
one of the all-time classic hentai animes, and Ninja Scroll. I wasn't even born when Legend of the Overfiend came out, but it definitely kicked off the whole tentacle porn thing in Japan, and then it finally, because we have a whole bunch of Americans that are cultureless and gravitate to any culture that is different than theirs.
Hold on, I gotta Google this. Tentacle.
I know, right?
Don't do Google Images. Don't.
When I first heard about it, I was like,
"It's okay, but
what?
Don't go
and now there's vibrators. Now there's tentacle vibrators that lay an egg inside of you as part of the like sexual. Yeah.
Hold on. Now here's funny. I just watched the Men in Black, the last one. They had tentacle porn in that.
Yes, they definitely did. Yes.
And it was the funniest thing because he ended up sleeping with a woman, and when he wakes up, he removes the tentacles, I guess,
Yeah.
and on his chest, it's the suction cups from the tentacles. Hilarious.
Tentacle hickeys.
Okay, real talk
right.
though. Real talk, ladies. Madeline and Jen, since you guys are on there, if you walked in on your man having some alone time with himself, and he had tentacle porn up on the screen,
Oh God!
what's the next step? What's gonna happen?
Already happened.
Just buy some octopus.
Yeah, calamari.
I just go, okay, and then I leave.
Like really though, like that's not get the out of here.
I mean, either you're gonna.
You can be into it.
I'm like, oh, that's what you're into? Cool.
Really?
Now, if I walked into a room with a woman doing that,
I'd
be like, I'll be right back. I'm going to the supermarket.
now that lay eggs inside of you.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
That'd be some bizarre shit, though. For real, though.
There's some bizarre shit going on in the world.
On a screen, I feel like it's the same as reading a book, right? I mean, I've read all kinds of crazy books, But
Yeah.
you know, in real life, I think I would have to draw the line at we're not bringing an octopus into the bed.
Right. That's crazy.
I just want to hear the sound of the.
Millennials are weird though. It's like the
Okay,
it's like
wait,
the
Carlos.
most popular like
Carlos,
porn thing
I have
for millennials.
She said, "I'm out."
Weird.
Carlos, I have an idea for you. If that's what you want to hear, then what we can do is we can just put a bath mat on your back, and then we'll just rip it off. And it'll go. There you go.
Oh, that has little like suction.
Yeah,
cups
the
at the
little
bottom. Okay.
suction.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Josh,
Or a guy just lies down on it and just rips off his butt or something.
Josh, you're pretty quiet. Are you a tentacle porn
Oh,
guy?
yeah, he's
Yeah, you're
Well,
pretty
right
quiet.
now.
I jumped off this train a long time ago.
when you're quiet, I feel like we're have we been this is a touchy subject for you?
Well, like I said, I'm just waiting for everything to come back around again, because I never thought I'd say it, but this is getting too weird for me.
Yeah, you're
Yeah, I
pretty.
never- I
You're a
never
strange. You're a
knew about
strange
this stuff.
bird, so that says a lot.
That's-
Oh man, how
There's
do we get
pages
there?
and pages of this stuff.
Does that mean that I'll be replaced by a doll? Hilarious. Yeah, that's a
No,
big.
just an octopus.
Just octopus. Wow,
And
so he wants some octopussy. So
All I'll say is,
Oh.
people have their kinks, and if your partner has a weird one and you're okay with it, cool. If you're not, well, as long as they don't try to make you do it, right?
yeah,
I
I don't
I'm
know.
just imagining the executive meeting that said, "What do we do to make it go kinky? Octopus."
You got to remember, this is the same country that has used panty vending machines.
America ain't far from it.
Oh, what's that? Is that? Okay.
That was a Titanic, wasn't it?
Yeah, it sounds like the Titanic.
no, actually, I'm so sorry. My phone was not on mute, and it's the
Oh,
Shire from the Hobbits is my ringtone. So
see, that's some
yes,
deep.
more
dive shit.
geekiness. Yes, I know more.
That's some
And you were
deep dive
questioning if women can be nerdy.
All right, so all right, let's get off the tentacle porn for now.
For now,
For now, right?
let's put a pin in that. We'll
never
get back to
know.
it.
We never know, right? We might have to blow that balloon back up again.
I'm gonna have to jump off because it is my birthday, and I am
Happy birthday.
in the middle. Thank you
Don't-
guys. I'm
Don't
just in the middle of the lasagna thing, so I
celebrate by watching tentacle porn.
I promise I won't. I'm actually there's my Alexa. I'm actually going to eat my lasagna, have my dessert, and watch some TV. So
Watch
I
the
love you
regular
guys.
stuff.
Yeah, the regular stuff. Yeah.
I'll talk to you soon.
All right, now, peace.
Bye.
Should have
All right.
reminded her to make sure the people in it are actually in a relationship.
Right. All right. All right. So let me ask this question. All right. So you've heard this thing about when you are, what's this link right there? Oh, do it yourself octopus costume. Oh, hilarious. Oh, wow. Wow. You've heard this thing about when you're in a relationship, you become more, people want you more, right? Like,
Yeah.
like it's all of a sudden, even if it seems like they don't even know you're in a relationship, it just seems like opportunities are more plentiful. At least for us dudes. I don't know. I don't know if it's the same for women. I don't know if does it like it's probably a steady stream, right, Madeline? Whether if you're in a relationship or
It's
not.
always about the same for me. In fact,
Well-
it's like, it's always about the same. Nobody cares. It's always a high percentage.
Right. Okay. So I'm asking the guys this. Do you feel like when you're in a relationship that all of a sudden you become more I don't know, desirable to the opposite sex? Or does it seem like that maybe? Oh, you're on mute, Carlos. That's weird. I don't know what's going on with StreamYard. They messing with Carlos. Yeah, you might have to refresh again. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. Like this is like he does
You know, I'll go first then.
Okay.
And I'd say kind of, maybe, yeah, because when I was married, I was always told, "Oh, that waitress is hitting on you," or "This person is hitting on you," and I'm like, "No, you're nuts." But then, you know, as I read up on these things, as I do, I learned about like when you're in a relationship, you have a different presence because generally speaking, you aren't really, I guess the word would be prowling or looking because you're in a relationship.
Right.
And it's that disinterest that gets certain people more interested. At least that's, you know, some of the things I've read. I can't really preach on its validity, but in my case, because I am, especially in a relationship, socially blind.
Right.
I don't notice the signals or I got my blinders on because if I'm in a committed relationship, I'm only focusing on the one thing. But if and on a very big if the number of times I was told people were hitting on me is true, then yeah, it seems like more opportunities present themselves when you're in a relationship.
I always thought like it might be a good business if a woman who's very attractive would you could pay her to pretend to be your girl and then see if that actually is what happens, you know.
That's
like,
been the premise for so many, you know, TV shows and movies.
Really? Like what movie and what TV show?
Well, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but how many times have you seen?
You just mentioned we just talked about the girlfriend experience.
Yeah, but that was more.
There's a whole movie
I would
with
think that was
Sacha
more.
Grey where she's paid to be somebody's girlfriend.
Yeah, but I mean that's because they're lonely. But I mean, I'm saying. I'm saying he's paying you to be his girlfriend, so he'll look more attractive to other women.
What's that one movie with what's her face?
Oh yeah, that's Such and Fuck.
Emma.
What is it? No, Emma Stone. There's that movie with Emma Stone, and she pretends to be all these high school boys' girlfriend for money.
Yeah.
See, I don't watch those movies.
Straight A. There is there's a couple movies like that where like it's never a girl paying a guy, it's usually a guy paying a girl to pretend to be his girlfriend. Like that's a couple movies. And I've had, you know what? And I was in Vegas and I've had people walk up to me and assume that that's what was going on with you know, a situation that I have. So like, I mean, it happens. It's real.
Well, oh shit.
It is real. I'm trying to think what other movies though. There's a bunch. I don't like those movies though, but I'm trying to think.
I like Straight A. I thought it was good.
See, I never watched those movies.
I thought she had some of the coolest movie parents.
Who was their parents?
I don't know. I don't really.
I want to say Stanley Tucci was one.
That much. So I didn't watch Straight A.
But did you get straight A's?
I did. I went to Stanford.
Oh, that's right, huh? Yeah.
I went to an Ivy League. Of course you need straight A's or you ain't getting in. Unless your parents are rich. And I'm from the ghetto, so I had to be smart.
The ghetto.
I ain't got no parents. So I had to be one intelligent woman.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
For sure. As I use bad English.
Mad English for show. For show works. For show is usable.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, you are
fluid in moving.
Yeah, you. I would say it's true though. It seems like when you are with somebody, it does seem like, and then I think sometimes people present themselves better when they're in relationships. You know what I mean? Like they
do.
maybe they wash more. They you know what I'm saying? They keep their shit tighter. Maybe when they're in a relationship, maybe it's just, they're inspired by
and
their
also
mate.
there's not that sense of desperation. There's nothing worse than when an obviously desperate, sad, thirsty man is trying to talk to you. There's nothing worse than that. Because girls, we can smell desperation. We're like, ugh.
Oh wow.
Why?
Well, I mean,
easy
like
A.
that for some
Until
guys.
a guy is.
Not everybody cool.
Guys are usually normally chill
Madeline.
in a relationship because they're not looking for anything. Huh?
Madeline, not everybody cool like you, Madeline. Some people, they have a hard time.
It is what it is. But
in the street.
But a desperate man is not attractive to most women.
No, it's not it. It's not.
So
it.
if you're chill,
desperate women are very attractive. I actually have a website called Women with Low Self-Esteem.com.
We're more likely to talk to you.
I have a website called Women with Low Self-Esteem.com, and if you have high self-esteem, you will get booted right off the website.
Yeah, you got to find some of those.
Let's see. It says in most cases, men and women want something they can't have. That is 100% true, man. Yes.
Blink-182 made a career writing songs
I'm
about it.
I'm never attracted to people that like are in relationships, though.
Really? Have you ever been in have you ever been involved with a guy who had something?
Neither have I.
I check.
Be like,
I check. If you have a girlfriend, no. If you talking to a bitch, nah. I don't even, you know what? I hate to say it, I don't even really fuck with people who have had wives, who have been married before.
Really? Wow. What's that
because
about?
I'm possessive. And I want my first husband I want to be his first wife. And I'm kind of fucked up that way, but it is what I am who I am.
What if he has like a Men in Black memory wipe of that first marriage? Is it all right?
As long as there's no paper trail, right?
Right. He's like, if I knew.
As long as everybody is with somebody who's also first experiencing it.
He's all like, man, if I knew marrying her would
like the marriage experience
mess me up with you in the future, I would have never married that chick. That's funny.
It sucks being in my situation because they say your second marriage is more than likely going to be doomed from the start. And that's like, holy hell, then why would I want to jump into anything like that? Hell no. But they say the third one does well. So it's like, but I don't want to have a second one if that's going to suck. And then try to do a third one. No, I'm still not convinced about a second one. And people are trying to sell me on a third one.
Well, third time, right?
Yeah, I guess. Sure. But no, how long have I been
single?
Yeah.
Shit, like probably a good 6-7 years.
Yeah, something like that. And I still haven't started dating yet.
I mean, I can't talk shit. I haven't been married once, so it's still better than what I'm doing. I'm not getting any marriage proposals.
No, you haven't been proposed to yet?
I mean, I have, but it needs to be by people I actually would like.
So it doesn't count if you say no.
Wait a minute. You want to marry somebody you like? What's wrong with you? Who does that?
I mean, if you get marriage proposals 20 times, you can't marry everybody.
It depends on what state you're in.
And most of the time,
If he's in Utah,
marrying that person.
Yeah. Wow. Like, what? I mean, like, what is these marriage proposals like? It's just like he meets you at the Piggly Wiggly, and he's all like, "Girl, like, here's this ring." He goes to Cake Jewelers, produces a ring. He's just like, "Here," or "It's my grandma's ring." Like, I mean, she was still married to my grandpa. I just took it from her.
It's been a few girls and a few guys, and
Girls?
normally it's like a very like it's just like a ring they got at the mall, and they're like, "Hey, let's be married, let's get engaged," and I'm like, nah, dog. And one time I did say yeah, and that ended up being a complete nightmare. So I've never met anybody that I would be interested in marrying that has proposed since then.
Oh wow! So did you give the ring back, or you didn't even take it?
I don't even take it, because once you take something, that's an agreement.
That's right. You gotta go through with it.
Yeah, or give it back, and you're an asshole, and it's just too much.
What about if he proposes with a ring pop?
You know what? Once again, it depends on who it is. It's not necessarily the ring, because I love ring pops. If somebody did that, I would have to think about the yes.
Oh, it has to be the right flavor. He has to guess right on the flavor.
I mean, I'm a weird person. Like, I'm weird as fuck. So I need, like, it needs to be pretty specialized. Like, it has to be something that I wouldn't normally expect, because I always have dudes offering me plane rides and tickets and clothes and cars, and I've had trips around the world. Those don't really mean as much as if somebody understands my personality, which is a very weird personality.
Really? You've been offered trips around the world?
I took trips around the world. I don't say no to that shit. It's just like, I mean, the thing is, that doesn't, I mean, it's only money. And that's kind of like cool, but that's not enough to get to me to want to spend my whole life with you.
Be like, Madeline, I'm about to take you to Paris, Texas.
I went to Paris. It was nice. But
no, Paris, Texas. Paris, Texas. Or Rome, Georgia. You know what? Right now, you could probably get some great cheap flights to Italy right about now. So,
while you I'm not trying to go to Italy though. Good.
No, I'm good on that as well.
I'm so great on that. I don't think you can even get in Italy right now. I think their country's shut down.
Thank God.
Right now, nobody's gonna want Americans in their shit once we open.
Not even Mexico. They're like, we'll pay for the wall. Keep y'all out.
I don't think they wanted us there to begin with. Now they just have an excuse.
Right. It's like, okay, he was right. We were paying for the wall. To keep y'all motherfuckers out. So
yeah.
They built their own.
Okay, so you've had guys you weren't into offer you shit, right?
I mean, I was dating them, so I've had guys that wasn't into offer me shit, but most of the time those have been guys that I've been dating.
Okay, in the chat room, put one in the chat room if y'all ladies have had guys that you weren't feeling, that you weren't dating, offer you kind of big ticket things like trips around the world, cars, paying your bills or whatever. Put one in the chat. Put two in the chat if it's a delay, so it's gonna be a minute before they see it. Put two in the chat if you've never had that experience. But it's funny though. I've taken a girl on a trip before, but not around the world. Okay. So Larissa says she got a one there.
I got a one.
I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if it's just some girl. I could just be like, oh man, you should wait. Let's see. It says I should have waited to book my flight to Brussels. Maya says no. Oh, Stephanie says 0. Really? I thought Dante to give you a trip around the world. Like I ain't never just like met a girl where I was like, girl, I want to fly you to Dubai. Let's go.
Well, I don't know if I'm exactly like other girls.
Like, you know what?
I feel like I'm like other girls, but then when I talk to other girls, I'm not like other girls.
Ladies, don't take no trips to Dubai because that's like I feel like he's trying to traffic you. So like, be careful with the trip to Dubai though, for real though. You know, so like I don't know, man, because I'm suspicious when a friend of mine who's like hot and she's like, oh, I'm going to Dubai. I'll be sitting there like, what you doing in Dubai, girl? Like, you know.
Well,
And then they're vague about the details. Why they going? Like, who just goes to Dubai just because and they got no connection or nothing? I'd be thinking they over there selling something.
Well, duh.
Selling, you know what?
Middle Eastern royalty have Instagram accounts and go shopping for skin.
Yeah, I'd be thinking my homegirl is selling some ass up in Dubai.
Yeah, pretty
Like,
much.
yeah,
I mean,
man.
or booked, or it's been booked in Dubai, and the person who, yeah, like they pretty much. That's usually what is going on. Sometimes
Right, getting
girls
flued
get
out.
tricked.
Getting flued out.
I've been flued out a couple times, but I've never given anybody any booty in exchange. So
If I'm flying you from LA, I mean from America to Dubai, booty would definitely have to be a part of the equation. Who gives a ticket for
and
no
that's
booty?
the girls you deal with. Because for me, if you're flying me out, that's my retainer. You still have to do all the other stuff.
I'm just saying, if I'm going that far,
value girl you are. Because
no, that is value. Like if I'm going that far, and I'm flying you out across the world, like it ain't gonna be so we can play sorry.
For some people, that's the opening. For some people, that's the opening line. Like, you buying me a car? Okay, well, let's see if I like you in a couple weeks.
No, it's like, well, first of all, I ain't gonna be buying girls' cars on just GP anyway. But I'm just saying, like, I buy my wife a car or my fiance, but I ain't just gonna buy.
Also, if you're in a different financial bracket, for somebody who's in a different financial bracket, buying a car is nothing for somebody. If you're in a certain financial bracket, buying a car is like, oh my God, I bought a car for somebody.
I don't know. I think my mentality, though, I don't know that I do that.
Man,
I don't think I would do that.
$millions in the bank, buying a car ain't shit.
Yeah, but I'm not giving.
Person's mentality and a regular person's mentality changes.
That's true. That is true. But I think my mindset would be to get it without doing all that. So that's where I would.
My mindset is I'm worth all that. So that's a different mindset. And that's why I'm going back to dating rich people. At least if I'm gonna get my feelings stomped on and I have to deal with a bunch of shit, at least I'll have a car and a yacht and a condo instead of just having hurt feelings. So I'm going back.
Wait a minute. This is what I can offer. This is what I would offer. For a month, I'll get a third of your Netflix bill. But I got you on that. A third of it. So what is it, like $8.99 now? Or what is it? What's a third of that?
I don't even know how much Netflix is. Somebody actually, well, I don't really
you got some dude paying for your Netflix. You got a dude paying for your Netflix. Yeah. Oh man!
If I could quote,
they offered, and I took.
The coochie fallback plan, boy.
I want to quote Lance Storm and say, if I could just be serious for a moment. For 3 people, that's probably hilarious, by the way. I don't think, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that there is any financial gift, whether it's a present or a cash, that would make anybody obligated to put out.
Truth.
That
You're absolutely right. True. I'm not obligated to do shit. So, I agree with that. You're not obligated to do anything. So it's like, if you feel like you want to sleep with this person for a gift, that's cool. I don't ever feel that way.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't. Let me make something clear. I'm not changing gifts for sex. That's silly. I'm just saying
People do it, though.
No, I'm saying I don't have that mentality, right? But I'm like, if you're doing all that, you better be getting some sex. You're a fool if you're not.
Or they're just somebody giving gifts. Sometimes,
if you got the money, thanks, Santa Claus.
There are professionals that will do it for a lot less.
Like if it's my lady, that's different. I'm talking about my lady, like my ride or die, my girl.
Even then,
I'm gonna settle down with, not just some chick I'm messing with. I ain't doing all that.
But the difference is you're not coming from the same places that some of the dudes that I've been from that I've hung out with come from. Like if you're born into money and you ain't never had to work for money, and you know that your parents are gonna throw you $1 million here and $1 million there, it's nothing to buy somebody a car. It's nothing.
That's true, but I'm just saying, I'm talking about Kente though. Is not on that. Kente wouldn't even get me a 2 for $20. Hilarious. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
I am not cheap, by the way.
If Kente was Will Smith's son, then that fucking car would mean nothing.
But I'm just saying me though. What's up, Nazim? I'm saying I think it's silly to be tricking off money like that for me. But I'm not a cheap dude though. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just not tricking off to some random chicks. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. I wouldn't. I just think that's silly. And I don't feel like you have to do all that. I feel like you don't have to do all that to get what you want. Because there's guys, not every guy that she's messing with is flying them out and doing all that stuff. Real talk.
How many guys are they messing with?
I'm just saying. I'm talking about anybody that, you know, there's enough women out there. You could just keep, you don't have to, you know, I don't know why guys get obsessed with one chick. Like, you know, like there's enough of them out there. There's enough of them out there. You could just don't get fixated on one. You know,
but that's what men do, and that's what humans do. That's why people have their favorite porn stars they do anything for. That's why people. What is it? I saw somebody jizz over a picture of Scarlett Johansson and then try to get her to sign it. Like I've had 5 stalkers in my lifetime. It's like there's always going to be people who are obsessed and they want that one image that they have of that one girl. You know, like, you know, I'm in a situation with somebody that is obsessed with Asian women and obsessed with redheads with big titties. But it's such an obsession and such a focus that it almost becomes gross. And then I have to look and be like, well, I'm not any of those, so why are you fucking here? But that's a different story.
Have you ever dyed your hair red?
I have. Actually, it just turns red in the summer. Like it gets strange colors come sunshine.
That's what you call it, weirdo. Hilarious. Yeah. I don't know. Is that weird though for you? If Josh, if your woman's type that she always talks about is totally not you. If you're a white guy, you know, who's not a skinny guy, and he doesn't have his video on right now, but you know that guy Will Sasso?
Yeah.
The comedic actor from Mad TV and whatever. Josh looks very similar to him, right?
I do?
Yeah, you look like his brother, right?
Wasn't aware. Okay.
So if you're dating this chick and she's all like, you know, my favorite kind of guys are black dudes with, you know, BBCs and, you know,
the BBC.
British Broadcasting Channel. No, but
that's how you watch Doctor Who.
Like,
I like Doctor Who.
Like, would you?
Okay. I get it. Oh.
I'm glad I got to see that realization in real time.
Hilarious. So, like, would you be put off?
When I think of the BBC, I think watching Doctor Who.
Hilarious, Doctor Who. For sure. Would you be put off by that, Josh? Like, if your woman's always talking about a guy, like those are her who she really fucks with, are guys that look nothing like you. You ain't got nothing in common with these cats. And then when you be questioning, like, why is she fucking with me if that's what she really like?
Well, yeah, of course. Especially if she's always talking about it, like looking down at myself. Wait, it's not me. Am I just a placeholder until the fantasy comes along?
That's kind of how I feel. But I realize I'm dealing with somebody where that fantasy is never going to happen. But it hit a point where every time an Asian friend would show up, he'd be weird to them. Or I have a friend with red hair and big boobs, and he'd be strange to them.
Maybe he was trying to get you to set something up.
Yeah, but they all think that he's ugly. They're the ones that are just like, they're the one. Normally, they're interested in me, and they're like, except for him.
Oh, they want to do a 3-way minus
but
one.
Not with him.
Right.
Not with him. They want a 2-way, but not with him. One girl was like, well, he could watch. And I'm like, I'm not trying to do anything with any of y'all, really, except for him. But no, and then it hit a point one day where I had somebody who was way too young and Asian talk to me about how a behavior thing that happened. And I had to be like, yo, you need to check that shit.
Wow. Hilarious. So, like, that's crazy, though.
The obsession
like,
can get out of hand, and then it becomes a problem because now, my Asian friends are like, why is this creep trying to talk to me now? He knows that we're friends. Like, it's so weird.
Now, when you say way too young, do you mean way too young, like, or way too young?
Okay, I'll put it like this. I think because the personality is awkward and kind of strange, that it comes across as really weird. But when I mean way too young, I mean way too young.
Underage?
Well, like 12.
Oh, yeah, that's
she said, well, the behavior makes me feel weird. And I had to have a conversation and be like, I don't give a fuck if you weren't doing anything or not doing anything. Do not have conversations with underage girls. I don't give a fuck what's going on. I don't know if you're trying to be funny or if you're trying to tell jokes, but if she's uncomfortable, it doesn't matter what you were trying to say.
Okay, I'm sending Chris Hansen to your man's house.
That's not my man.
Oh. Not Chris Hansen's not your man. Are you talking about, wait, what are you talking about?
No, I'm just talking about a situation I had with somebody who was obsessed.
Oh, you're not with him now.
Where it started to get weird.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you cleared that up. I thought you were talking about your current dude.
I don't have a current dude. I'm currently single, talking to somebody that I shouldn't be talking to.
Yes, you shouldn't be talking to his ass. So.
I still am.
Oh, Jesus.
You just don't like his face. I like him.
No, he has a face you want to punch. Like, you ever meet somebody that has a face you just want to punch?
Yep.
That guy has that kind of face. You just want to, just real quick, just pop.
My dad voted for him.
Hilarious.
I like that face, even though it might be a punchable face.
Oh, Jesus. I think I drank a little too much. I'm oversharing. But that's interesting though. Like, I need a quarantine bae. Stephanie is another one who I'm sure has a long list of people that want to be her quarantine bae. So, you know.
I need a quarantine bae.
So I'm sure all she got to do is yell outside, and there'll be 18 dudes at the door trying to come on in.
Oh wait, yeah, just do a threesome. You know what? I'm more willing to do a threesome if I'm married to the person than I am to do it for like somebody I'm just dating.
Huh?
Like, if there's no commitment, I'm not gonna do that shit. You marry me, and then we'll talk about it. If there's no marriage, no ring, go fuck yourself.
Oh, wait a minute. What about a threesome on honeymoon? It's like, we're married now.
That cannot be allowed. But maybe like in the future of a relationship, yeah, I'm down, but there needs to be a ring involved. A ring, and if you fuck up and get this bitch pregnant, I'm going to take half your money.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Man. I don't like sharing anyway, so for me, I could do it, but there would have to be a ring involved.
Sharing is caring.
If you get the girl pregnant, I'm out.
Sharing is caring, by the way.
You got that insurance policy with the ring.
Yep. You get insurance.
Finally, Trenton Spencer, get your butt in here.
Yeah.
Trenton Spencer, aka Neon, click the link in here. I gotta have you on here, bro. You gotta come in here, bro. You were on the show with him before, so you'll know him. You gotta come in here for at least a minute, because you are my Yoda when it comes to this stuff. The link is right here. I'll send it to you privately, even though it's right there, because you might not be able to see it. Just hit the link and come on in. You don't have to have your camera on if you don't choose not to. I'm sending it to you, my brother. but we got to get you on, man. This guy taught me everything about nerd culture. I didn't even know black. You're gonna laugh. I didn't know black nerds was that hardcore with it, and we're talking like 10 years ago at least. So I was very ignorant to all of this stuff. Now I'm like, I know some stuff, and a lot of it is because of this dude. So I can't wait for him to hop in there. You'll probably recognize him. He was on that show we did where I met Shannon on that show, the Black and Nerdy. You kind of called him out for something because he was liking a girl on his job or whatever. I used that clip as in the intro. So, but my wife would kill me. She's Italian. Hilarious. So, as we wait for Brother Neon.
Wait, you're married?
Nazim is.
Okay. I thought you were married.
No, I ain't married. I ain't married.
I was like, what?
Yeah. Would you sing at my wedding? Would you be the wedding singer?
I can't sing.
I'll do it.
Okay, that's cool. I thought you could sing. I thought I've seen you sing.
I can be the wedding twerker. I'll twerk at your wedding.
Oh, my wife would love that. Neon, what's up?
Hi, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man.
Oh, shoot. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm staying home, staying safe.
Okay, man. All right. You got your shirt off too? Would you be in the gym?
No, I'm at home.
That's what's up, man.
That's why my camera's not on.
I always gotta give you props, man, because I didn't know shit about nerd culture, especially black nerd culture. And when I met you, man, you were saying shit. I didn't know what you was talking about. Like you would be talking about Yugi Fazugi, whoever, some Japanese, whatever, and I'd be like, what the hell are you talking about? And that was the thing though, because we was doing a machinima show, and you were like incorporating anime and stuff, because I, as I said earlier, anime to me was Tina Turner. I didn't even know about about anime until this brother. I didn't even know there was a cartoon I liked back in the day that was an anime, Robotech. And you was the one that hit me to that, man. And video games, like I thought I was a gamer till I met you, and then I realized I ain't no motherfucking gamer.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is stuff I live for, man. I mean, I love a lot of intellectual stuff too. I mean, I got but I mean, it's more than anime. I mean, especially right now, man, with COVID-19, everyone's staying at home. I mean, anime and video games are more stronger than ever, and it's funny that the World Health Organization was criticizing video games might be a mental disorder, and then all of a sudden, there's essential workers that are working. Thank God for them. But then there's some people are like, okay, what do I do? There's movies, Disney Plus, and then there's video games, and then who then changes their mind and then says, well, yeah, well, it's not so bad. I mean, this is just. I'm still an advocate for it. I love anime because there's all types, different crazy types, but there's still the more edgier stuff you can put aside. You can still show someone Hayao Miyazaki. There are still some anime, Cowboy Bebop.
I like the edgier shit like Parasite Maxim. That's my shit right there.
Shoot, what was the name of it?
Gurren Lagann. Okay, wait, Gurren Lagann or JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Which one's better?
Oh, shoot. I will only watch Gurren Lagann. I love Gurren Lagann. I haven't watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I just got off watching Eureka 7 AO. And
that was not bad. But yeah, I watched.
It wasn't bad.
I'm in the middle of watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and it's incredible.
You want to hear something funny, though? Some of my gangster friends love it. Man, they be talking about it.
When we got home from school, there was Toonami. There was Dragon Ball Z. Like, I'm a little ghetto kid, and I was introduced to anime from Dragon Ball Z, and from Dragon Ball Z, from Toonami, right? Toonami, man, Blue Exorcist, like Toonami
Blue Exorcist.
And Cartoon Network put us on in the hood. Like, if you had cable in the hood, whether stolen or paid for, you were introduced to anime from Toonami.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I mean, that's how it was back in the day. I mean, it was Sailor Moon and Dragon Ball carried Toonami, and then Toonami went to Gundam Wing, and then all types of shows. Adult Swim for me really hit it home for me was Big O. The Big O season 1, but then especially season 2. Big O really was just, it blew my mind to be like, wow, this is what anime is. And when my mom was alive, she showed me Spirit Away, and I was trying to be an intellectual, teenager. Like, okay, what's it about? What's it about? Like, no, it's just a metaphor for pollution. I'm paraphrasing, but there are some movies, and I love live action, and I love film, and I love, even though I dropped out of my class, I still understand special visual communications, and the framing of the shot, storyboard, and I don't do anything of that because I'm lazy, and I'm just chilling here trying to get a job. Sorry, but I still did the same principles in live action are in anime and in the video game industry, and it's just blended. So people, I mean, I'm sad about the comic book industry right now because they
hurting.
Yeah, they're hurting.
Let me ask this question because I talked about this earlier, and it is my thought that women who identify as nerds don't go through as much pain and heartache, not even close, as men who identify as it. I feel like there's more of a lane for women to have a pretty cool, decent life, whereas a lot of times nerdy guys, it seems like they have a much harder time when it comes.
Because it's like, it's kind of sexy for women to kind of be in a nerd in gaming culture, subculture right now. I mean, as long as they don't have to deal with harassment and everything like that, obviously.
But we do, though. That's the problem.
I can't. This is only for me observing in my subculture. I don't know what it is as a woman to go through that. All I know is that you have to respect, For example, went to the My Little Pony Camelot Gardens convention. That was my first convention ever going to. The show, it's harmless, honestly. But it's like you go there and there's women there, but you don't go up there and just take their picture. There's etiquette. And I think that, I digress. I'm sorry. I digress. But it's like you ask her, "May I take your picture?" No, thank you. Or yes, sure. But there's always, getting back on topic, men always have it hard because it's like, oh, you gotta be a breadwinner. You gotta, you're a grown man, man. What are you watching all that nerd stuff for? But man, like lo and behold, there's grown men that worked on My Little Pony, Barbie, Mattel, or G.I. Joe, Hot Wheels, or
grown men run those companies.
Yeah, and the marketing, law. I mean, copyright, trade. There are legal stuff that I'm not allowed to go touch my Hot Wheels car and put a Barbie logo on it. No, I have to go license it. I don't know I'm vague on the details, but I'm well enough to know in my nerd culture, which everyone kind of knows this. I mean, depending, not sure, but you can't just go. There's a lot of legal. There's too many layers just to say, oh, that's just stuff for girls. No, man. There's collectors that like the old school Barbie or old school Mattel, or the mech or action figures, the anime girl figure. There's so much that goes into it, man. And that's why Marvel. I mean, right now they're bleeding because Disney, but that's why every single Marvel movie made $1 billion. Because especially Black Panther. I'm bringing that up because people know that the nerd element is the human element, man. And I think people keep forgetting it. Right now, I'm playing Nathan Drake. There is Nathan Drake. I mean, I'm on the PlayStation 4. I'm like, man, this is cinematic, and this is from, I think it's 2008. Forgive me if not.
Yeah, I was like, Nathan Drake, you playing some old shit.
Yeah, I mean, the PlayStation just released them. I'm like, this is great. Or I don't have Smash Brothers, but it's like people know that if you release a character in Smash Brothers, people know what the heck that is. So people might know what the inkling is all the way to Simon Belmont. When Castlevania got in Smash Brothers, that's a big deal. And then Snake returning.
I love Castlevania. Castlevania is one of my favorite games of all time.
Oh,
let me ask you a question, Madeline, and then us guys will chime in. Okay, a guy is a bona fide nerd or geek or whatever you want to call it.
Well, a geek and a nerd are two different things, right?
Okay, maybe he's trans. He's both. All right, so so he has a little of the nerd gene, little of the geek gene, socially awkward, you know, but he wants him a nice nerd girl to, have little nerd babies with. I mean, have nerd baby, nerd babies with.
Most of the time, they're not checking for me though. But
No, what I'm saying is like, give him some advice, man. Give this nerd guy advice. How can he meet him a nice little nerd girl and not come off weird or creepy or whatever? And
I mean, I don't really know because when it comes to those situations, I'm usually the person who starts the conversation. I usually have to be the aggressor in those situations.
No, but give a guy advice so that he can be the one and pull him a.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know how. I can't tell you because I'm always the aggressor.
What would you like to look for?
Them out.
No, I'm saying like, what would you like as a woman who may appreciate a nerdy guy? What is it that would turn you off, and what would you like to see from guys in their approach?
I don't like ultra aggressive. I'm not an ultra aggressive person. Don't do things like put down another person to like talk to me. You know what I mean? Like, don't diss somebody else to start a conversation with me. That's gross. I don't know. Like, it's really hard because I'm always the person. Like, I'm always the person that has to. If I'm talking to a nerd guy, I'm always the person that has to start the conversation.
Really?
So I'm not even sure.
Like, what do they do? They just stand in the cut and look at you, stare at you? Weird.
They don't even do that. Most of them just don't consider me an option.
Why? Why do you think?
The way I look. Because this is not my normal right now. This isn't what I.
I'm sorry. It's just
like, what's wrong with the way you look?
There's nothing wrong with the way I look, but in Nerdland, there's the women they fantasize about, and that's on TV, and that's where I work. I'm on TV, and I'm on magazines, and I do posters and books and shit. And then in reality, the girls that they do talk to don't look anything like me, and the girls in that realm that will talk to them don't look anything like me. Because hot nerd girls are still usually dating hot nerd guys.
Right.
But not exclusively.
But polyamorous exists, but most of the time exclusively. They're dating those guys exclusively. They're not going down and being like, hey, you with the beer belly, let me trade up the guy that actually looks like Nathan Drake for you.
Well,
I date whoever meets me, like, who can make me laugh and can talk to me on my level, or talk to me on my own little world. Because I have my own little way of talking and my way of thinking, and knowing somebody who can just kind of talk to me on that level, it usually is the good opener, but that's almost impossible.
Can I tell you a little story?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
There was a time where I worked at the mall during the holiday season selling board games. And I was sitting at my kiosk, just had a chess set out because that was one of the things we got to do, open up a game, play it, let the people see how it's played and what's going on. And this weird looking guy comes up and he's like, want to play a game? So I said, sure. And we played a nice game. He had funky looking guy too, just weird face, and his girlfriend was very, very attractive. So we played this game, and he was confident with the way he moved his pieces. And when he got me to checkmate, he shook my hand and was like, good game, and then walked away. And the girl stayed behind for a second. He's like, don't mind him. He was the college champion last year or something like that. So what that told me was he was not only confident with the way he played chess, but he was confident in the way he felt about himself. And he was able to be himself. And approach someone like he was dating without hesitation, without stammering, without being insecure. So I think the first thing you tell a nerdy guy that wants to date a nerdy girl, no matter what she looks like, you have to be confident with yourself.
Or at least appear to be, right?
Or at least appear to be. But
that leads to problems too. Fake confidence, because when it falls away, you're just like, well, that's not who the fuck you said you were. Because that's happened to me too. Like I was with somebody who was like, oh, I have a business and this, that, and the other. And then when I actually saw what was going on, they didn't have any of that. And it's like all that confidence was fake.
It's my experience.
So I mean, you gotta be careful with that. But like, I don't know. You know, I'm seeing somebody who's not. I'm talking to somebody who's not super confident or anything right now. But
I'm learned that confidence is key, and that you know, you're gonna. People will say and think about whatever the heck you got, you know, and then you know. At least for me, I felt a little down for a bit, but then I decided to be like, okay, whatever. You know, I'm comfortable with myself right now, so I don't, you know, trying to look for somebody. Right now, I'm an introvert by nature, but, you know, if I'm in my field, in my lane, I can, you know, I'm confident because it's what I know and what I love. But some I don't know, you know, then of course it's like, okay, I'm willing to humble myself and learn, and, you know, and I just think it's just confidence, you know, not worrying about what people think. And it's,
also be having a conversation. I think also just having a real conversation with me, like the hey beautiful is just obnoxious,
right?
You know, like trying to be smooth is obnoxious. But if you're just willing to talk to me about something I find interesting, or just have a real conversation with me, I'm more likely to be more responsive, even if I'm not interested in going out with you.
Right, and there's just different type of women for different type of scenarios. Dating women, I think I need to get out more and understand, but around my little neighborhood, let's just say they like to sleep around a lot. Just to be, you know, they're a little...
so you got hoes.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know, that's good. That's good.
2020. People are embracing the wholeness.
Hoes, man, are good for the ecosystem.
Oh, yeah, they are. I ain't saying no to that, but it's like, at the same time, man, it's like, some of them, you know, that, I don't know. I guess you have to be confident. Being overly confident might scare some people, but at the end of the day, though, you still have to be yourself. Because if they don't like you, they don't like you now as you are, they're going to like you later down the road, so screw it.
This is how
I try not to vent. I'm trying to be intellectual about this, but it's just, I don't think that, you know, if a woman sends me signals and I act on them and I'm my actual confident self, it's like, hey, you want to go do something? And then they chicken out. Maybe it might have been something me being overconfident, but at the same time, it's like, maybe they don't want no relationship.
Be like, man, let's go to Denny's, Madeline.
You know,
I like Denny's.
No, yeah, Dennis is good.
You know what? I got your Grand Slam, girl. Let's go.
I was interested in the thing for me is I was interested in the guy that the situation I shouldn't be in right now for over a year, and I would take him to like places by ourselves. I would I would take him on I'd be like, hey, let's go on a date, and he'd be like, ha 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 ha, and it took a year for him to for me to be like, fine, okay. I sent him a picture of some titties, and then he got the message.
Wow.
Like it took a year to break through that.
Remember, like I think you accidentally texted me that, and I was like, wrong. I was on wrong number. Wrong number. I'm blocking you for that.
You definitely didn't get those pictures.
What have I gotten myself into? No, I'm joking. But yeah, man.
Yeah, if you saw those pictures, you would definitely understand why I got them trips around the world.
I've seen your titties before. You was running from a ghost.
It's a different type of titty, though.
No, you did National Titty Month or something.
Well, no, I'm the head.
Wait. Let me make this clear. Everybody saw her titties, so it wasn't just me. It was something.
Yeah, no,
The
I'm not
world
at it for
star
the
titties.
nipple.
I didn't.
The difference is you can look at a boob walking through a museum, right? Or you can look
Right.
at a boob of somebody who's just like, hey, I want to fuck. There's a different face. There's a different pose. There's a different everything. Like, there's
Right.
a difference between artistic titty.
I'm just saying, I know your
like,
titties.
Come through, titty.
I
There's a
met,
difference.
Context is
I
everything.
met your titties
Right.
in National Titty Month, whatever the hell that was. It was National Titty
Yeah.
Month, and a lot of women had their titties out, and she was one of the titty out girls. So,
Yeah. Well, I think that there's a difference between erotic titty and just regular titty.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
wait, you said a
Yeah.
what titty?
Like,
Erotic.
I can't go to a museum and be like, oh, damn, that's a big old dick. That's not.
Why not? Wait, do that again.
Elegant titty and an erotic titty.
I like that. Do that one more time.
Elegant titty and an erotic titty.
Yeah, there's an erotic titty.
Man, titties are titties to me.
You're just
If
like,
titties
hey,
are out, I
titty.
like that. So, like, there's no, I don't differentiate titties. Like, if it's out,
don't?
it's good.
Just because,
Except for,
like,
unless
okay,
you're feeding your baby, then I don't look at that like.
Yeah.
Well, see,
that's
context,
something.
right?
dick
Right.
unsolicited, it's gross, right? But if it's somebody I like who sends me a dick pic, I'm just like, oh, this is hot. But like, there's a difference.
Do you have a folder for miscellaneous dick pics
I do
on your
not.
computer? A lot of women do that. They just keep them in a folder on their
There's
computer.
only been one person I ever asked it from. So.
No, I'm talking about ones you didn't. You know.
Oh no, that's disgusting. I just usually belittle them until they want to die.
No,
And
you
then I
keep
post it
it
on my
for.
I just
You keep
I
it.
never I never understand why a dude would send his dick. I don't know. I don't understand that shit because it's just, you know, if you get with her, she'll see it and then she'll have memories of it. Ain't no reason to be sending no dick pics, man. I'm sorry. I just don't understand that shit.
So
I
I
would
won't
never
you know what it
change
is?
my avatar.
You want her to sign off on it.
Yeah, well, man, you can.
Let me show it to you now to make sure we good.
That never works though. That
I
never
don't
works.
send
Most
dick
women are just like, "Ugh."
I don't send it. You know what? Look, real talk. There's women that like them dick pics. Okay, that's why I gotta be sending them. Not every women be
No,
lying.
that's not why.
No.
That's not why.
No. I'm saying not every woman is the way they make it seem like every woman just hates dick pics. There's women that like that shit.
Yeah,
True.
but they're solicited. No woman likes an unsolicited dick pic. We don't
I
like
don't
dick
like
pics.
it.
that's a
I've
good
met
point.
women who like unsolicited dick pics.
Yeah, I
They
think we're
bullshit.
talking generalizations here, and none of them are ever correct.
I mean, if it's from their uncle, I guess they wouldn't like that. But
No.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there is some girls who do like that, but overall, the number of women who like that and the number of women who don't like that are very different.
I would suggest don't do that.
But bringing up like the very few number of people is like bringing up the number of women who like to get shit on their chest. Like those exist.
There's a lot
too.
of women that
The
like
average woman
They
does not
exist.
like being shitted on.
Yeah,
There's a lot of women that like that. I'm just
I do not understand that. Look, it goes in the toilet, not on your chest. I'm sorry, and that's you
So
want to put
you
your
say-
face in between chest.
so you say Neon.
I'm sorry. This is some things that.
Look, man.
This show has had more weird turns, and
I know, man. Boo Boo is like the least naughty thing we've talked about.
Oh look, I'm a veteran of this show. I know that I've gone there.
We talked about tentacle porn earlier, so
when
Oh,
when I hopped on, the conversation was, what is being too polite? And everything just transitioned now to this. Don't know how we got here.
Oh, bro.
I don't know either. How did
I want
it?
to see that flow chart. Someone watch this back and make that chart.
Well, you know, I mean, we're all. Adults.
I will say it was pretty flawless, the transitions, though.
Not all of us. Some of us are adults. So, but
it just cracks me up. That's all.
like, okay, we were talking about titties. Wait, I'm trying to remember how we got over. See, titties will mess us up. It took us off course. It was the titties that took us
Okay, how about this? We're talking about being ourselves and whatnot. One of the first shows that I did after my separation and subsequent divorce was one of your shows, and we talked about, putting your best foot forward for dating. You remember that?
I remember. I'm an asshole for that. I'm sorry.
And I said that, what did I say? I said that I don't even know how to put my best foot forward anymore because I have been in the, married mode for so long, right? That I'm just me all the time. Because I was able to just be myself. And if you want an update, still don't know how to do it. Because I like what I like. I'm very comfortable with who I am. And when people say things like, why don't you go out? Well, because where I am, I don't like the places where you can go to. And I certainly want to meet people at these places. I'm not a bar guy. I'm not a club guy. If there's a band I want to see, I'll go see them. But I'm not there, to pick up anybody. I'm there to see or hear music. So I did, though, I started going to, more conventions. I tried to start surrounding myself with more like-minded people.
Josh, can I say something as a man? And
yeah,
they're gonna say that I'm out of pocket or whatever. There is almost no place where you can't pick up women. There's no place that's off. I don't care if it's a grocery
Except the
store.
maternity ward. You should probably not do it in a maternity ward.
Grocery store, maternity
but they
ward,
put it.
funerals, family reunions, as long as she ain't related to you. Church, yes, I said church.
Well, if she's not related to me, what the hell is she doing there?
I don't know. Maybe she just likes the party. She just want to eat.
Party crasher.
Right. Look, every place, women, I feel like they're targets everywhere. So wherever you go, I don't care. The gym, women always say that shit about, oh, I just want to go and get my workout. I think you're a fool if you're on the prowl. Every place got to be a place that you go and you do your damage. And you can't be worried about hearing no.
Yeah, but I don't understand.
No is actually as good as yes.
Yeah, I can agree with that. But I don't understand going someplace with intent of, picking up someone. It's not in my mental vocabulary. If I go somewhere, it's to do a specific thing. If I, start talking to somebody, it's because we have a common interest and we're having a conversation. And if that conversation leads to, hey, why don't you send me a friend request? Why don't you give me your number? And we can pick up this conversation at a later point. And, who knows what happens. That's one thing. But to go there with intent, or as the Macho Man Randy Savage would say, with lust in your eyes, that's a completely different animal.
Like when I'm single, damn near everywhere you go with lust in your eyes. So
I mean, it's just like, okay, maybe like the male gaze, for example. I ain't trying to be sexist or anything, but like as a man, sometimes you see a nice woman walk by and like, oh, okay, she's kind of hot, and then you kind of go along with your business. Or it might be, okay, oh, well, okay, I just went to the movies. Now I want to go to the bar and see if I could try to pick up somebody. If not, I'll just go home and just chill. I mean, it's just all in context. I mean, if I'm going out with family, I'm just chilling. I might see a nice female for a second. Okay, hi, how you doing? And nothing happens, so be it. And I just kind of keep it going. I mean, I like things to happen naturally. Like, yeah, that doesn't mean I ain't think about, well, dang, she hot over there, or ooh, dang, she hot. But at the same time, I'm still a gentleman at the end of the day, though, because it's like, yeah, but man, it's just, I don't know. I
respect the hell out of
me, it's just a fine balance for me. So I mean, if I'm going to take care of my business, I got bills to pay and stuff like that, or I'm there picking up paperwork or going to study the class, my mind is in a different mindset. But if I'm in a casual mode, business is taken care of, and my bills are paying, I got some money to go spend at a bar, and I just want to sit there and drink and chill, listen to the music, and see if something happens. Okay.
I respect the heck out of you and Josh. You guys are really nice guys, man. really nice. I wish I could be that
That's a
nice.
lie. That's a terrible lie.
No, I wish I was that nice because I don't think like that. I think I have evil intent when I go to a bar, man.
That's true.
I don't go there.
I mean,
I just want to listen to some music. I mean, I just want to hear some music and and get a drink or whatever. I go there if I'm available or single or I'm on the prowl. I don't even care about. I go there with that mindset. And I mean, sometimes you don't like what's on the buffet, so you know what I'm saying. You just drink your glass of water.
right.
But then sometimes you gotta shoot your shots, right? And like I
Right.
said, no is just as good as yes. No is just as good as yes. So you can't even Gordon Firemark. What's up, Gordon? No is just as good as yes. So I mean, it's
Is no
like
just as good as yes?
I
no
don't know
is
what that
just as
means.
good as yes.
No means get the fuck out of my face.
No, what I'm saying is if you don't ask, if you don't put yourself out there, you don't know if it's
I
a no.
mean, but the thing about it though is like, cool. You go and ask, you get rejected a lot, and then that you get that yes, that's cool. At the same time, you don't want to force it because you force it. I don't know, man. It's something with life. It's like if
How am I forcing it though? Like,
oh, I mean, not forcing it. I don't mean it like that. It's just
Madeline, you
I mean,
will
I guess
go out
you
with me
have to
tonight,
try your luck. Some girl might say yeah.
right?
well,
I
that's
mean,
true. I mean, not forcing. Okay, Never mind.
no, but I
I guess
hear what you're
I'm mixing up.
saying. You're saying don't be overly aggressive and all that.
Right. I guess that's
But
what I'm saying. But I
I
mean,
mean, like,
rejection is not bad though. It's not.
no, it's not the worst thing in the world. I've been rejected a million times. It is what it is. It's just what it is.
Yeah.
So, it's all good. So, I've rejected. So I've been on both sides of it. So, it's just what it is.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Some of us don't know what that rejection life is like, Madeline.
I really don't. I really, really don't. However, I mean, I'm kind of, you know what? I've never broken up with anybody, so I know what it's like to be dumped. But
Wait,
then they always come back.
I want to know what it's like to bat 1,000, Madeline. What's that like? What is it like to bat 1,000?
It's not. I've been but I've been dumped before.
How you? Okay, why they dump you? Would you cheat?
Stephanie rejection spam.
What did you do? Like, you must have done something. Would you pick boogers? What'd you do? Hot Cheeto breath?
I don't eat that either.
So what'd you do? Like, why did the guy? Why he say I can't deal with this girl?
Wait. Okay, so most of the time I'm like an exotic experiment for them for some reason. But the one before the last one, well, his mom basically was just like, I don't want you to be with a black girl, even though they were Middle Eastern. Yeah, that was like, she basically was just like, I don't want you to be with a black girl. I don't want to have black grandchildren, even though I'm like, he's Middle Eastern and darker than I was. In the last one, me and his racist friends were getting into fights.
Okay, maybe you need to stop dating racists.
Well, the last one wasn't a racist. His family was.
Yeah, there's always this stigma like, they're the nicer black people. They're not as hard. Oh, she or he. Oh, they're kind of nice. Oh, wait a minute, they're too aggressive, or they stand up for themselves. Get away. Yeah, that's all that is.
Yeah, that's pretty much, or it's pretty much, I'm not gonna let you sit there and say the N-word and shit to me without me getting up in your ass.
Right. I mean, I've gotten.
Yeah, it was the last one. I put it like this: the person that I am, and the whole the nerd microcosm that exists came into a confrontation. The best way to put it: I'm a very confident, outgoing introvert, and all of his friends were very not confident, almost kind of incel, kind of resentful of the fact that I looked them in the eye and I didn't have a problem being open about anything. Yeah. So most of the time, I really, or here goes the other one. I date a guy who's just regular, and he thinks that, well, if I can get her, I can get another girl just like her, but a little bit better.
Wow, that's
I mean,
I've never thought like that. I never thought like, damn, this girl I'm with right now is fine. Damn, I can upgrade like a mug. like,
I mean,
But it
Sort of
happens though,
girlfriend
and the
season
problem is
pass.
they never do.
I
right.
Like
mean,
I've the mindset with a couple guys where they're like, well, I could just get a better one, and it's usually for either somebody who is either Asian or blonde and blue eyed.
Oh Jesus! Don't get me started on
So
that.
most of the time they think they can upgrade, but then they end up just kind of trying to come right back, and then I'm like, no, bitch, goodbye.
Mm,
Because
I
I don't
don't
know.
know.
I really don't do very much. I don't steal. I don't lie. I don't cheat. I do need to probably get my credit in order though. I'm a little broke.
that's you and 22 other million Americans unemployed. So don't feel so bad. Shit.
Well, I've had it explained to me that me being broke is a problem. So
That's right. No, just playing.
I'm just saying, I'm essential.
All right.
I got the letter to
yeah,
prove it.
I'm not an essential worker. I need to get more money.
I go to work every day.
I'm trying to be essential, depending on.
Are prostitutes essential workers?
I'd say yes.
I guess.
Yeah, I think so too. So, but I don't know though. Like, if you wear a mask, was that it? Like, does the mask keep you from? If you have sex, does that keep you from COVID? Mask.
I mean,
no, but it takes some things off the menu.
I mean that's better in a paper bag, but sure.
That's a good one. That was a good one. So, but you can eat coochie through an N95.
Oh, really?
I think
I know
that. Ladies out there, you right? You could do that. So, but
I just don't see it.
Okay, so how are they essential workers? Hilarious. They are essential. They are. I forgot there's a delay. So
in Florida, basically everybody's an essential worker. The only people not working are like the ones at the movie theater.
Mm-hmm. Right. I heard neon.
I mean, the governor made
there we go
pro wrestlers essential workers. And don't get me wrong, I love wrestling. That's one of my nerdy fandoms, and I really get into. But yeah, they're considered essential. So yeah, would it surprise me that prostitutes are essential workers in Florida? Not at all.
Let me ask this question: do you ever have like a friend who wants to try to date all your female friends, or I don't know if, or it could be a homegirl that also wants to date all your male friends?
Never been in that situation, so I couldn't provide you with an answer, partner. I'm still living life.
I don't know, like that is just so. Like I don't know. It's one thing like if they meet somebody, like they meet somebody that you're friends with, and they actually have a connection, and it's like some real shit. But if they just want to do damage, to like your homegirls and all of that, that's where I got an issue with it. It's like don't put my homegirl on your list of doing that. Like, come on now.
That just make things weird.
I mean, if she's my friend,
I've had
and
exes
if
try to go after my friends list, I've had exes try to hit on girls that like I was friends with.
Oh wow! So after they dated you, they tried to go through your friends list.
And then my friends are just like, fuck you, because I got loyal female friends.
Oh,
there you go. Well, shit.
They get dogged.
Wow.
I will say I've dated sisters before.
Once again, it was one of the guys who were like, oh, I got this girl, so I can get other girls, but they weren't really as attractive as they started to assume they were because I was with them.
Right.
I build up egos where I'm like, oh, I think you're pretty, and the guy could be a 4, but I'm going to build up and cheerlead my like partner, even if they're not, ultra attractive. But it seems to cause them to think that that's what they forget.
Dang.
That's what she said.
And then they get cussed out by all my friends because all my friends are models I work with.
Yeah, she said my friend is I tried to tell her he's a fuck boy.
Right.
She didn't let her feelings hurt. Wow. I'm like, man,
it happens. There's way too many fuckboys out here.
Yeah. Well, okay. What constitutes a fuckboy? For real.
there's so many levels to it. Like what is it? A hobosexual's a fuckboy.
What the hell is that?
A guy that gets a girlfriend when winter comes so he can have a place to live.
I've known people like that.
Yeah, and that's
I'm
a
sorry.
fuckboy. That's a hobosexual.
Homosexual.
She said bad credit.
People
Damn,
who-
I guess I've been the fuckboy recently.
Yeah.
Damn.
If you don't love them, you're a fuckboy. A fuckboy is somebody who would, breaks up with you and tries to go through your friends list.
Wow.
A fuckboy is, and then tries to come back after trying to go through my friends list. That's the silly part. A fuckboy is somebody who, breaks up with you dramatically and then comes back 6 months later like, aren't you happy that I'm thinking about you and I care about you still? Or, let's see, a fuckboy is a person that always want to smoke but ain't never got his own fucking weed.
Oh, wow.
Always want to drink but never got no money on the Hennessy bottle or the blunt.
Damn.
has a girlfriend but says things like, well, we're in an open relationship when they're not.
They're not.
Yeah, there's so
It's like, do you
many
both
there's
know
so
you're
many
in an
things
open
that fuckboys
relationship?
do.
It's open for me and not for her. Is that what he's saying?
Shit.
Yeah, and that's a fuckboy too. It's open for her, but open for me, but not for her. Let's see, there's so many other levels to it. Like a fuckboy is somebody who doesn't respect women, but came from a single mom home. Shit like that.
Oh, this
I know.
Still fucking his
those are
baby
fuckboys who
mama,
do
but
that
and
don't
say
respect
they
women,
roommate.
but was raised by their moms.
Oh, wow.
Basically a loser. Yep.
Wow,
Yeah.
man. Can we take the bad credit off, Stephanie? Come on now. I had bad credit.
I mean, you can't control
year
bad credit.
ago.
Bad credit don't make you a fuckboy.
Thank you. Because I had bad credit a
Bad
year
credit
ago.
doesn't make you a fuckboy. We live in America. Bad credit fucking happens. That doesn't make you a fuckboy. Fuckboys are
Right.
a little different than that.
Yeah.
Being a fuckboy, I don't think has anything to do with your monetary position in life.
Unless you're a homosexual, right?
A hobosexual. That is dope. A
But a
hobosexual.
homosexual
That is funny.
is somebody who pretends to like somebody just to have a place to live.
Wow.
Okay, I'm going to describe somebody to you. Maybe you can accurately describe the type of person this is.
Okay.
Because he wasn't using the girls that he dated, right? He was just pretty homeless all the time. But he's also one of those uber sensitive types that falls in love at the drop of a hat.
Well, a fuckboy doesn't love them. A fuckboy just wants some place to live.
Okay, so maybe considering all of these Requiem, I have known some people like this. But this particular instance, no, he would just quickly fall in love. And the weird part is, the guy is like 4.5 feet tall, looks like a rat, and able to pick up some actual really good-looking women. Because I guess no fear, balls out type of attitude.
But how long does he keep them?
Oh, that's the thing. They catch on quickly that I have to pay for everything. Okay, you got to go.
Unless a woman.
Like, how long does he keep them? That's the thing. You can finesse almost anybody, but how long can you keep them?
Remember one time I got a phone call at 2:30 in the morning. The guy's like, "She broke up with me. I'm gonna kill myself." I'm like,
"Oh,
okay."
Jesus, man.
She said Boost mobile phone and fake Rolex. That's hilarious. What about Metro PCS? Is that okay? Because that's what I got. I got the Metro.
I think you'll be fine with Metro. Good coverage.
I don't think that's a fuckboy. That's just somebody from another perspective, that just sounds kind of materialistic if you're worried about what kind of phone he has as long as it works.
I don't know. Boost
trying to
Mobile.
diss anybody
I might have to agree with her though.
like,
Boost Mobile though is kind of janky.
It doesn't work. It's only a phone.
I'm being silly.
Like, oh, you got the news. It's a phone. Does it work?
I'm being silly.
On it? That's all you really need.
I'm being silly on it. I'm kidding.
Your status is based on your coverage map.
She said I'm materialistic.
Rolex is fake, so he feels like he needs to have a fake Rolex. The problem is Rolexes are bullshit anyway.
Where
Like,
can I
if
get
you
one
feel
of
like
them?
you need to have one, that's even weirder.
Hey, where can I get one of them fake Rolexes?
You live in Los Angeles?
Motherfuckers don't know.
Get a fake Rolex.
Do people really know? Like, do the average person really know it's fake?
Slosson's flea market, and you can get a Rolex.
Right. Like, I don't think most people would know. If I brandish a Rolex, would look like a Rolex, I think most people would be like, oh, that's cool. So,
Mm-hmm.
I
don't know. I've seen too many real Rolexes, and they don't impress me.
Dang.
That's what I meet. Wish.com. Hilarious.
Like, I don't know. I kind of prefer the fake Rolexes because then you're kind of living under the law, living above the law.
Okay, so
you're sticking it to the man by wearing the fake stuff.
Right.
No, I'm joking.
Let's talk about y'all, women. Okay, and you're gonna speak for all women, Madeline, tonight.
I really can't, but okay.
All right, so what do y'all bring into the table? Because we gotta have good credit, a real Rolex. We gotta can't sleep with our baby mamas. Wait, what else was on the list? I'm trying to remember the list. What is y'all bringing to the table besides vagina?
I mean, I take my significant others out on dates and buy them gifts.
Really?
I do all of that. I can cook. I can clean. I went to Stanford. I went to 2 Ivy Leagues. I take care of them. I give back rubs, foot rubs, blowjobs every morning, blunts, breakfast. I do all that shit.
Every morning?
I do all of it. I take them out. So for me, it's one of those things where I'm about to change and stop doing any of that shit for anybody because I see girls who don't do shit. They get married and have families and all of that. So I'm about to change up and stop doing anything for people.
Look that. No blowjob in the morning, no ring.
And for me, I like all that stuff. I like back rubs and giving them foot rubs and stuff like that. I like all that. But it seems like doing too much of that becomes a problem.
Right. I'm
about to change up. I'm about to be like every chick I see in the music videos that dudes are slobbering over. I'm about to not do any of that shit. I'm about to just start treating them all like trash because it seems like that works better.
Not with me.
It works better in the long run.
Not with me. I like women that treat me with respect and dignity.
I mean, the casual woman, yeah, that's for like just that one moment or whatever the heck, but short term, whatever, fun, safe, practical sex, fun, all that, but whatever. But long term, a wife, kids, my business, a home, car, through God's grace. That's all that I'm asking for. But shoot, until then, I'm gonna just enjoy being single.
Definitely, I love a nice, sweet. Wait, what the fuck is practical sex? Wait, who said practical sex? I missed that.
Casual, maybe casual.
I meant casual, safe sex or whatever the fuck I said. I can't remember.
Safe sex. Do people still do that?
I got it.
I don't know.
I don't like casual sex. I can't do it. It bothers me.
Okay, then dress up.
It's weird.
Then dress up then.
I don't know.
I have.
I'm saying wear a suit.
I can't do it.
You don't want it to be casual, so wear a suit.
Make it formal.
Wait, make it very formal sex.
Tuxedos only.
I don't know. When I was like early 20s, I just didn't really care, but I realized that I found it to be very empty. And it just isn't my bag.
Okay, so do you subscribe to the high mileage vagina? High mileage pussy.
I mean, it's only sex. You can't live like that because really there's no penis that's going to make or break your vagina. It just doesn't exist.
But you don't believe that dick leaves the soul of the dick behind? You don't think you got dick soul?
What the heck?
You don't think you got dick soul still? Like maybe you?
No, I don't.
Do you put like sage after you have sex with somebody?
No.
What is this?
What's your name? Get out.
I'm serious. Like they say They say the spirit of Dick's past stick around.
Okay, we're taking that weird turn again.
I'm being honest.
No, there's
That's
some
what
people
they say.
who
I
believe
didn't say
that.
it.
There's also people who believe, there's also people who
I'm
believe in
not
a lot of
looking
other
at
fantasy
exactly what
stuff.
to do.
That's not. It's like when people say like things about the Illuminati to me, and I have to pretend that I don't think that they're fucking idiots. It's kind of like that.
Wait, okay, Illuminati's real, but anyway, but
it's not real. It's just a game. It's just a bunch of people who
Soul
call
Ties.
themselves
Thank you.
It's just a game.
Thank you, Soul Ties. I'm telling you, if you had like one of those EMP things that they have on Ghost Hunters or whatever that thing is called, you might see the ghost of Dick Pass. What if you have like a bunch of dick ghosts hanging open around your vagina? See, I don't think we have the ghost of vagina. I don't think it works like that. I think it only works for women. Like, wouldn't you want to know?
I don't think that that's real.
You don't think it's real? You don't think you've never like in the middle of the night you by yourself? You never had like a ghost dick kind of mess with you a little bit?
No,
So wait a minute.
That's not what happens to me in my life.
So this is Scary Movie 2 levels of philosophy now.
I'm telling you, that's a real thing. It's been scientifically proven. It's a scientific proven fact. And no, I haven't been drinking a lot. It's a scientific proven fact that dick ghosts exist.
What anime was that?
I'm telling you, you be dating it, girl.
I can. Let's see, which one is that one? No, that's in the naughty section. Nah.
You've been dating a girl, and
true, men do love bitches, Stephanie. I've given up being a good girl.
I don't like no bitch. Who likes a bitch? Anybody? If you a man in the room, you really like bitches. Press 1 in the chat. Press 2 if you don't like bitches.
So why do they dog out girls who don't treat them like that? Treat them
No,
well.
we're all sweethearts. We don't dog women out.
Those
are assholes who dog women out.
Lots of men see the fact that you treat them well and they take it as an opportunity to use you or step all over you, or in my case, decide that, well, if this girl's doing this for me, I'll find another one better, even though they never do.
Wait a minute. It's hard to find that good woman who makes you grits in the morning and morning blowjob that you was talking about. Or they start off that way and then they start regressing. You know, like you got to keep it up. You can't do 4 a.m.
If somebody is not reciprocating that, then you stop doing it. Like,
you can't do 4 a.m. blowjobs.
If it wanes, it's because
May,
something that they're doing is making me not do it.
You can't do 4 a.m. blowjobs in May, and then it gets August, and you're like, look, I'm sleeping. Man, you got to keep.
That's what happens with guys. That's what happens with dudes.
That's different.
Yeah, shoot. The weather's getting cold, so it's time to.
It's different. It's different when we do it.
And maybe it's a maturity level thing too. Like, I just say that's just what it is. Like, I feel like
Larissa's married.
I've done all those things, but if I see somebody not reciprocate that or give me the same energy, I just slowly stop doing it.
Really, they're just not looking hard enough or doing the right things to keep her. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
She said Larissa's married. Larissa, who is happily married, she says, I'm gonna put it back on the screen. She's happily married, been married for a while. She says, suck a dick every morning. That's a lot of energy. Well, I think she means the dick, not just a dick. Don't be like randomly sucking dick. There's
still a lot of energy involved, but I have a lot of energy. I'm a very energetic person. Like, if you watch my workout videos, I'm pretty energetic.
Just think,
I'm pretty energetic.
You know what's amazing is, I always talk about this. It's just when you have that woman who, just really takes care of you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not talking about in a financial way. I'm talking about in a what's the word I want to use? A spiritual way. And guys
don't give a fuck about us.
That's not true. That's not true. You putting bad stuff out in the universe.
I used to believe that. I used to believe a ride or die, but no, I'm changing gears, I'm gonna go be a bitch like every other girl who seems to be getting what they want.
No, they're not getting what they want because they're dead inside.
You know what? Dead inside is better than broken hearted. Like,
damn, I ain't got a comeback. I ain't got a comeback for that. I think it's the Hennessy. I don't have a comeback for that. But
like, you know what? It's a lot less painful to be dead inside.
I don't know.
Like, you know what? At least instead of hurt feelings, I'll have no hurt feelings and a new wardrobe or a new car. So I'm gonna start being a bitch. That's my new goal. I'm gonna start figuring out how to be a bitch because I see bitchy women get whatever they want.
That explains why, but I ain't finna suck my hubby dick every morning like I'm getting the commission out of it. Ah, Larissa kind of.
You gotta like it.
Jeez.
You gotta do the things you like in the morning. Like I'm not being told to do it. I like to do it
every morning, and don't use mouthwash before you do it. That's nasty.
Yeah.
That's mean. Do it after.
You gotta brush your teeth and shit.
Yeah, but don't use mouthwash. That burn the dick. But
it burns.
Right. Every morning though. Every morning. He gotta go face the world. He gotta go deal, and if he's a brother, he gotta deal with that white man. Sorry, Josh. He gotta deal with that white man out there in them streets.
I do all that. I do all that shit men said they want naturally because that's what I like to do. But they don't want that shit. They want the bad bitch from the video that has a bunch of dudes. They want that girl. They're not checking for me.
I want a good Christian woman.
Oh well, you ain't gonna find that here.
A good Christian woman who can cook, who can clean, who can sew. No, let me stop before they start shooting me. A good, like a good solid woman, who could turn a house into a home. Shout out to Luther Vandross, who didn't like women.
Guys say that shit. They don't mean that shit.
I mean it. Neon, how you would love that, right?
Long term, yes. Short term, right now, no. I'm just being honest. I mean,
short term, no. You just want to, as I say every morning, if he can make breakfast and kids off in the school.
I mean, shit, because I can make my own breakfast and cook my own food and shoot. I ain't saying I suck my own dick or anything. No. I'm just saying that, long term, yes. I mean, if I find a woman that I love and I don't care about race and all that shit, I mean, she has to be. I mean, I believe in God, and that's the reason why I'm here right now with all the TOZ, Neon, and everything. That's because of him. I give it up to him every day. So that's why I look at my church and see who I can find. I mean, you never know. I mean, opposite attract. I mean, life is life. I mean, you never fucking know. Shit. That's the thing about life. Life is so ever changing. You think, oh, hey, we're gonna go out and party. No, everyone's at home. Unless they're essential, or they still don't give a fuck and go out there with no face mask anyway, risking it all. But hey, shit.
Think about how. Okay, you got a stressful job, right? You're a man, right? Just think about how a 4 a.m. BJ from your loving wife would help you get that day started properly, right?
Yeah, but then you don't want to stress her out because then she get burned out.
How's she gonna get burned out from sucking dick?
I mean, she keeps doing it over and over and over. And then she's
what day of the week is it?
It's gotta be something that you like, though. Like, there's plenty of women at church. Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be something that you like. Like, it has to be something the woman actually likes to do.
Train yourself to like you.
I don't know.
I don't care how you come to it. Just
train yourself to like it.
I do like
you gotta treat yourself
to
like
classical conditioning.
You gotta like to do, or it's something that you just don't want to do under special. It's gotta be something like it's something you gotta be into.
Wait, why wouldn't you want to suck your husband's dick? That's your dick. 50% of it is yours now.
That sounds really weird.
Doesn't mean it's the top half.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, that's not something women do or need to do.
Why
it's
not?
Just something I personally am a fan of.
That's what I'm saying. See, and you're gonna go to heaven.
Hello? Oh shoot, what's wrong with that?
Well, I guess I'm gonna do that. I guess I have to do it all hell on earth right now then, because maybe that'll be when I get my reward.
Dang, he's been married 17
I'm
years and
about
never
to
got
be a
hit.
bitch.
Look, I'm just saying
My
this.
new goal is I'm gonna figure out how to be a bitch because that seems to work better.
No,
For other people, for
if
other
you let
women.
me direct your life, you'll be so much. Just let me.
Okay, now two things. First, you're fine just the way you are. Don't change a thing
Who?
if you don't want to.
Who?
Two, that whole going down thing. That's probably something you should talk about before you get married, because if it's something that you expect and it's not something that she does at all, you might want to think about what you're getting into, because you can't make someone do it. You know what I'm saying?
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. But you know what? Like I said, I'm gonna stop doing it because I want to get married, and it seems like girls who are assholes get married.
No, I don't believe that.
Yeah, but they don't stay married.
I realize,
and they end up on Dateline.
Like, oh, everybody likes me until all of a sudden it's like, well, I wasn't that serious. I'm trying to be in a serious relationship, so I'm gonna start being an asshole just to see if that works better than what I've been doing.
I got an 11-year-old behind me, so I got to be.
Josh, she said it's called dick sucking, Josh.
Yeah,
no,
I have an 11-year-old.
You get more flies with honey. You get more flies with honey.
I mean, what?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear me.
Oh, okay. You can get more flies with honey.
Yep, and all I've been getting is shit.
Who wants flies?
Because you picking jerks.
Flies throw up on whatever they land on.
Wait a minute, you pick jerks. Stop picking jerks.
I pick normal guys who usually come off as sweet and kind.
That guy is an ass bucket who needs to be punched in his face.
Because they're doing what Kente said so long ago, putting that best foot forward to fool people into thinking there's something else.
Right.
You just don't like his face. You just think his face is punchable. There's a different story than like him being a jerk.
It'd be so hard not to punch that guy too when you see him. I'm telling you, if you saw this motherfucker's face, you'd be like, "I'm sorry, I got to steal on you." That's how.
That never happens. Everybody likes him.
Not me.
To the point where I'm the big meanie.
Not me. You think I'm gonna be nice? The only reason why I would act decent is because of
did you do it too soon? You gotta take your time. I don't take my time. I need to know. I like to I put it like this. I hate playing that game. Well, somebody left a comment. I hate playing that fucking game. I just want to fuck. I don't want to have to pretend to play this game to be in a relationship where I have to be like, oh, too soon. No, that's just such bullshit to me. Either we like each other and we fucking, or you need to go find somebody else who wants to play that fucking game. I just can't do it.
Me too. I agree with you.
I don't want to deal with any bullshit because I didn't wait.
I agree with you.
I hate purity games.
I know. I agree with you. Like, you shouldn't delay the fucking. You should just go straight to it if that's what you want. So.
Yeah, if that's what you want and that's the relationship you want to be in, I feel like I don't want. I really wish it didn't affect whether or not guys saw you as a viable option in the future. Because I'm like, really?
Oh, it definitely does.
All that run around bullshit.
It definitely does.
And you know what? I've never had a one-night stand because every time I've attempted it, everybody wants to have a relationship for years after it.
Damn.
Like every time I attempt it, I end up with a relationship for 6 or 7 years.
There you go.
So for me, I don't know. Maybe I need to just. Maybe she's right. Maybe I need to just start being like, no, I'm just gonna treat you like shit and not. Oh, that's not what they meant. Maybe I just need to just stop doing that. I need to stop being as nice as I am, and just make them work for it.
I mean, I kind of come to that point. I kind of came to that point too to stop being. Me, it was more likely. I was loving more people than loving myself. And that was what was the problem. So I decided just to love myself. And then whatever that energy I'll track what I'll get, whatever I put my mind to. Right now, I'm unsure because I love myself so much right now that it's a blessing. After I'm done talking with y'all, I'll play my games, watch my anime, go to sleep, and still, be blessed. And hopefully get this money from the government whenever they get it. But, I'm loving myself more right now because it's just that's the thing I figured with this generation of ours, Generation X or whatever the heck, and with the younger generation too, that, they just.
I'm a millennial. We're kind
Me
of trash.
too.
Yeah, millennial. Whatever it might be, it's like
We're
everyone
awesome.
Everyone wants to do their own
we
thing.
We are and we're not. It's kind of like everybody's so emotionally fucking numb that they do. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you good. Everyone wants to love. Everyone, it's not the old school America no more. After the 9/11 and after everything, everyone just, they don't want to. Everyone wants to fuck. Because it's the cool fucking thing to do right now. Everyone wants to screw, and they don't want to be bogged down in a relationship. Because they fall down in that, then they feel like, oh, I got to be responsible. I'm not talking about you, but it's just what I notice about our society. Married people fuck outside the marriage. And they don't say shit. I know they do it. You're dating at least. Shit, everyone fucks. They have to. Just how the vibe, and just with the vibe of the culture.
I used to.
America is right now. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with you. I definitely agree with you to a large degree. But my thing is, it is what it is. We just got to adjust to what it is and then make it fit what we're trying to get out of it. So, I definitely hear what she says, right? And I don't blame her for feeling the way that she does. My hubby asked to marry me after our first night. Oh wow. And that was the first time that I saw him physically. I meant to come with you with the intention. Yeah, probably fucking with you because either you promise them the sucking every morning. So you see that they will only come to get it sucked and disappear when it gets serious. Interesting. If my wife would have done more like you, Madeline, I would still be married.
Yeah. And well, for me, it's usually they all want to move in. They all want to live with me after that.
Hell yeah.
Every time they all want to live in. So they're not just showing up at my house in the morning. They're already there. But then that becomes us playing house. And then I'm in a different situation. But I don't know. You know what? Maybe the problem is that nobody realizes the value of a good woman until way later in life.
It happens like that. It's like that for us too, though. It's like that for us too. Women don't always value the good dude, so
Also true, but also
I go out for dudes that seem to be good dudes, and it never seems to work out
because they're not really good dudes.
The thing about having
I need to start going for gangsters, and I need to become a bitch. That's what my new goals are.
The thing about having a giving personality is you attract takers. And that's just how the interaction is. And they take and take so much until you got nothing left to give them, and then they move on.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I can see that.
Tried to go into another browser, but yeah, I'm listening. I'm sorry.
I don't want no bitch. I've never liked bitches.
But in 2020, it seems like all the millennial men prefer bitches.
Yeah, I can't deal with that myself.
Why are you fucking with millennials?
It always gets me slapped in the face. I always get slapped in the face for doing all that shit. So I'm just gonna start being an asshole.
I got kids, man.
Stop fucking with millennials.
I'm a millennial. I want somebody in my age bracket.
You can go slightly older.
Nah, I want another millennial because I talk about millennial shit like tentacle sex, and I think it's funny.
Oh my god, you're like
I talk about millennial shit. I like millennial shit. I watch anime all day. And stuff like that. I'm definitely my generation.
Oh Jesus. I think it's showing you don't by the track record.
But I do though. Well,
You
I
have to
mean,
get you an
all
old
my,
cat
all my
daddy.
all my relationships have been millennials.
Get your old cat daddy.
I
Did
don't
you
want
find
a cat
any?
daddy.
Did you
They're
find any?
obnoxious. They say shit like babe and honey and sweetie and oh god, and it's almost Cro-Magnon sometimes the way they think, and I'm just like, was this okay in the 80s, dog? Was this okay in the 70s, dog? Was this how you guys thought?
Hey,
like, I'm definitely a millennial.
Toots.
I walk around. I run free the nipple. I'm definitely a millennial with millennial values.
Millennials are the worst, though. They have a short attention span.
We do.
Yes.
But I'm also a millennial. I prefer that.
Kente, I'm a millennial too.
You got a short attention span.
Yeah, we have shorter attention spans. But it's because we're also doing a lot more stuff. We can definitely multitask more than the generation before us.
Shit.
Yeah, Kente.
Shit. Y'all.
We're significantly faster, and we can definitely multitask more. We're also less prone to be manipulated by emotional ploys.
Where are you getting that from? A fortune cookie?
No, it's from actually a book on cultural agriculture.
She said, I agree, you damn lie. Whatever. That millennials make terrible mates a lot of times because one is they generally are into themselves.
We are.
Yeah, so
I'm not as much into myself as other millennials, but like I mean, you know, I got a TV show with my name on it and a radio show with my name on it.
I'd like to call
everything has my name on it.
More self-aware.
Self-awareness.
Yeah, I'll call it a self-awareness. And we have really weird sense of humor. Like what we're into is totally different from the last generation. Like we like some weird shit.
Yes, y'all some weird motherfuckers.
We're some weird motherfuckers. Like the dildo that like also puts eggs inside of you. Yeah, that exists for millennials. Like we like weird shit. I like weird shit, and I always hate trying to have to explain the weird shit I like to somebody who's like older, because then it doesn't make any sense to them, and then they'll say like shit to me where I'm just like, that's not even remotely interesting. I don't have enough daddy issues for that.
Wait.
That looked familiar.
I'll say this. Millennials, I can go on and on about y'all. My nephew is a millennial.
The older generation always want to date us even though we're fucked up. So I mean that's a problem right there.
Because millennial punani is
coming after us.
Because millennial punani is good.
No, it's because it's younger and y'all think that y'all know what we're doing, but it never turns out that way.
I don't know. Millennial punani. Well, let's do a taste test.
But it comes with insanity. It comes with all the things about millennials. And I prefer millennials.
Just remember,
it just makes sense about the things I like to talk about.
We grew up in a time where school shootings became a thing. We had 9/11 during our very early years in adulthood and even high school. And now
we had cell phones and dial-up, and then we went from cell phones and dial-up to like small, tiny, powerful computers in our hand all the time. Like Cinemax After Dark to Toonami. Like we were introduced with all kinds of shit. Well, plagues. Well, we've had a plague, a school shooting every month for like the last 15, 20 years. You know, we've just done a lot. We've gone through a lot of shit that made us weird.
That's for sure.
Drugs. Oh my god.
Y'all are weird.
But rather than breaking, we just rolled with it and became like you said, we became weird.
Yeah, we just became weird.
Nothing can faze us anymore.
No.
That's a good thing.
I mean, I guess to a certain point it is when you're bombarded by bullshit all day. Like we're a little numb. Like millennials are a little numb. We're a little numb inside. That's why nobody wants to start a real relationship, because we watched our parents go through divorces and fake feelings and all that shit. So we're just like, you know what? Fuck it. We're just going to stay emotionally unavailable. Not all of us, but a good number of us are emotionally unavailable. So, you know.
That is so terrible.
And we also get blamed for all of the world's problems, even though as a generation we have yet had an opportunity to run anything.
Y'all
True.
are.
We don't get to run anything. We run the meet. We get to decide what trends. Yeah, okay, yeah, awesome. We made twerking popular. Still don't have any real power.
Right, yeah, y'all ain't the only parents, a generation to see their parents get divorced. Yeah, I mean, I would say our generation. I don't even know what is the name of our fucking generation.
You're Gen X, Kente.
Is it Gen X?
You're Gen X.
I don't fucking know. Real talk. I don't even know when's this shit come out where they fucking announce this shit. They have a press conference and shit where they tell you.
Yeah, they usually do it.
Maya's right. That's why relationships don't last anymore. The second anybody sees any kind of problem, we just run. I don't run, but I've noticed that in the relationships I have, if there's ever a problem, nobody wants to work on it. No matter how big or little it is, it's just like, oh my God, there's a problem. Okay, I gotta go. We're always looking for this idea of romantic perfection, and it's never attained. And we don't want to, and most of us don't want to work to attain that.
But you almost gotta love people. It's flaws too, though. It depends on what they are, obviously, but like.
Yeah, but most of us don't want to handle problems. Most of us aren't trying to work through anything. We're just like, okay, fine. Next.
Now, Kente, you know me. You know what I went through.
Perfect, but I know a lot of. Sorry.
You know how many times I had. Well, I didn't have to, but I did. I forgave and I forgave and I forgave for any indiscretions, and put. Just, I didn't put myself first.
Right, you put the family, yeah.
But it got to the point where I thought maybe I deserve better, and the last indiscretion was the last one, and I couldn't do it anymore.
Right. No.
So no. Yeah, it.
No,
I didn't hide how I felt the last time, but I don't know. I don't know what I could have done differently. But all I know is I'm where I am, and right now I'm in the best place I can be, because I think I'm pretty awesome.
Now, I give you a lot of credit, man. You know, you stick by your kids. You know, like, you're a good father. You basically sacrifice for your family, and that's commendable, man.
You're not the typical millennial.
Nah, you're not. You're not like
I do have the weird interest, though. Not tentacles.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's just part of the vibe. It's just a weird interest.
And I never got into grunge.
Oh, that's weird. I like grunge. I like everything, though. I like all kinds of music, so. No, I liked grunge for a minute. I still like grunge.
I'm a music snob, though.
Me, I like all types of stuff. Sorry about that. I got about 4% left on my phone, Kente. I'll try to stick with you as long as I can.
All right, man. We gotta do this more often, bro. Because you know, it's been a while. I know you've been, working your butt off and doing your thing, man. I'm so
man.
It's good to chat with you, man. It's like it feels like the old days. I was talking to Ruby earlier, so yeah.
Yeah, cool. Man. I mean, I miss these days, man. I should have been turning my phone earlier.
All the time, man. We used to talk all the time.
Yeah, man. It's just I've been just trying to focus on just getting some stuff done and just spending time myself, just trying to get myself aligned positively and so I can push forward, get my shit done. Oh boy.
Okay, so I have a question, right? So let's say you're interested in somebody, but you can't be with them because they want to take time to get their shit together.
Mm-hmm.
Do you wait? Or do you just do what you're going to do and hopefully you see them on the come up?
That's it. Do what I do and I ain't waiting around. Fuck that shit.
No, look.
But you really like them. Like you would get married to them, but they want to get their life together first.
I'm supposed to sit in the corner and wait for that?
Huh?
Like, Nah, I'm gonna do what I do, and maybe we on the rebound, maybe something pops, but nah.
I mean, nothing happens. Nothing happens. I'm not gonna sit up here and waste my life. I already been down that road where, oh, I think about this person all the time. Oh, I love them. I try to change for them. They don't like me by my stuff. No, I can't do that. It's just it doesn't work. You
Mm-mm.
know, they're busy living their lives, and they look at you and they laugh, or they may not laugh. Maybe they're thinking about you, but you will never know unless they make the effort to contact you. If they don't, then oh well. You know, and it's not to be blunt or harsh, but it's just what it is.
And it's sucker
I
shit.
got
Real
I got
quick,
too much stuff.
it's sucker shit. It's sucker shit. You sitting there waiting. Is she waiting? Hell no. So you know.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say I disagree with what you guys said because what you said had a lot of truth to it. But I will add that if somebody's going through that personal journey, I hate to be so, weird with the words, but if someone's going through that personal journey and they're trying to find themselves and, you're already crazy about that person, after their journey is over, that journey's never over, by the way, but after they've come to a place where they can figure out who they are,